theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Callings while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, welcome to Julie B Deep Dives, and we're here to dive into an incredible episode of From tonight. I was not expecting it to be so epic, and I live for episodes like this. This is what I'm waiting for. It's something that is so full of just delicious clues and interesting details to dissect. I just absolutely loved it. I thought it was 10 out of 10. It's just fantastic. And I was thinking, I mean, heading into the penultimate episode and the finale, I was thinking, oh, this is going to be a setup episode, nothing special. It'll be a slow setup episode, which is to be expected. And that's fine. I don't mind setup episodes, but, and yes, it was a setup episode, but it wasn't just that. I mean, it moved the plot along. In addition, we had the man in yellow returning in the present time, which is not something I foresaw. I mean, I just was so blown away by the fact that was not a vision. That was not part of story walking. The man in yellow came back in the present. I mean, we knew that the Tabitha scene was going to happen because thanks MGM, they spoiled that scene a little bit. We all knew who Tabitha, I mean, not everybody saw the trailer, but those of us who saw that trailer, we all knew that Tabitha was going to get choked by the man in yellow. Up against some, so the RV decked out with some pictures, some drawings, and like, it was so obvious. Obviously, it's going to be the man in yellow choking her. You could see the gray, nasty hand, and, who else would be doing it? That's where he choked Jim. Like, what else could it be? So MGM once again, spoiled an amazing moment. Now every time we watch an episode, we can see that where it's leading. Like, oh, okay, here comes the choking scene. Like, why are they doing that? Anyway, that's the only gripe I have. Everything else I really have to say is positive about the episode, to be honest. Like, I really don't have criticisms. I thought it was superb. One of the best episodes of the season. Just 10 out of 10. But again, yeah, I didn't like that they spoiled that part. However, something that a lot of us did not see coming was that this happened in the present. Sophia shifted back into the man in yellow just for this purpose. That was crazy. I did not expect that. And we did a watch party as usual in the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord, I think I forgot to put the links in the description of this live stream. Damn it. Hold on. Let me take a look. Yeah, damn, I forgot to. I wish I hadn't done that. Well, when the live stream is over, I'll put all my usual stuff in the description of the video, of this stream, which will have the Discord. I mean, it's already there, actually. If you click on the description, now that I look at it, my Discord link is always there anyway. Let me see if it actually works. I'm clicking on it. So when you look at the description, there's join my Discord, there's my Instagram, Facebook. So yeah, it's there. At least the Discord link is there. But when the stream is over, I'll put in my usual stuff, my schedule, and all my recent video links will be in the description of the video, as always. And the most recent donors to the channel, I'm going to start putting those in the description of every live stream and every video I put out as a thank you. Making anybody who donates to the channel is going to be listed as an executive producer or an associate producer, just as a thank you. I've seen other content creators doing that, and I thought that's really cool. Just a way to recognize the donors. And, since I'm not monetized, it does help a lot getting donations. And I'm so grateful that I wanted to do something to give a little more recognition. So that's what I did on my recent video that I put out on Saturday. I added a card at the end, and acknowledged the donors from the past month to the channel, and whether it doesn't matter what amount it is, however big or small, every name will get included in the videos as a thank you. And I recently added PayPal, Cashapp, and I had Cashapp and Venmo. Let me put up the banner. There it is. So, wrong one. Yeah, I had Cashapp and Venmo, but I recently added PayPal, which is just my email address. And when you search for the email address, you can find me on PayPal. And so I know that helps a lot. That's more convenient for people. Most people don't have Cashapp or Venmo, it seems. And PayPal is also international. So yeah, that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and I'll add that stuff to the description of the live stream later. And anyway, what was I gonna say? I went off on a tangent. I do that sometimes. And the video I put out on Saturday, that was for episode 7, and it's still relevant now if you watch it, because it's full of theories. It's not just a recap. It's, as always, the episode breakdown. I put my analysis of it and all my theories based on what happened in that episode. And so it's still relevant now. If you haven't checked it out, I'll put the link to that in the chat, and you can check it out later if you haven't. It would be much appreciated, because unfortunately it's been taking me a long time to make these videos. It's a lot longer for me than usual, as my pain level has gotten worse. it's just a slower process for me to be able to concentrate and get things done. So I didn't get it released until Saturday morning, which causes a lot less views, unfortunately. So thank you to everybody who did check it out, and to those of you who hyped it. Hyping is incredibly helpful, and thank you so much for the hypes, because every single hype is incredibly influential with a small channel. Every live stream I pointed out, just in case there's a new person who hasn't heard about it yet, the hype is a powerful new tool that you have that helps small channels get noticed, get discovered by more people. Every hype, every hype assigns a certain number of points, and the less subscribers you have, the more points that you get per hype. That's how they help the little guys like me. So I get 2.2k. That's 2,200 points for every single hype. That's a lot. Just to give you the comparison, if a channel has 100,000 subscribers, they only get like 60 points per hype. 60 points versus 2,200 per hype for someone like me, because I'm almost up to 2,500 subs. Maybe tonight we'll cross over. I only need 5 more, so tonight might do it to get to 2.5k subs. But yeah, the hypes, they help immensely with YouTube, with the algorithm. It tells YouTube to show this to more people, then more people discover the channel. And yeah, you have no idea what a big impact you can have when you give your hypes to small channels. And you only get 3 per week, unfortunately, but they refresh every Monday, and you can choose to give them all to one video or spread them out however you like. And so yeah, that's my hype speech for tonight. A lot of people don't know about it, and I think more creators should be talking about it, because it's important. You have this power, and a lot of people probably don't even know that you can do it, that you can do this for the creators that you want to support. So, and if you have trouble finding the button, it's on mobile devices only, so you can't do it on a computer. It's only available on phones and tablets, and also Chromebooks. So anyway, my video, let me just put the link in the chat. And where is it? Let's see. Here's the link to my latest video. If you haven't checked that out, maybe bookmark it for later. That would be much appreciated. Obviously, liking, commenting, those are really helpful too for the algorithm. But the hype is the most powerful thing you can do. And obviously other things too. There are other ways you can help, like sharing the video, saving it to a playlist, stuff like that. Anyway, that's the link. I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat just so it's there throughout the stream, and you can save it for later if you'd like to still check it out. It is kind of lengthy. It's 35 minutes long, but it's because it dives into theories. It's very theory heavy. And let me tell you, I'm going to have a lot to say about the episode we just watched, episode 8. It is going to be like, I think I'm going to have to make 2 videos this week. So watch out for 2 new videos. It's going to have to be a deep dive into the episode with all my theories in general. And then I am going to make a theory video based on this episode 8. I think the theory video is going to be related to Boyd and what is happening to him with all of these visions, all these hallucinations and things he's hearing, the gunshots, Abby grabbing him from the grave, the disappearing ring. What was the other thing? Last week there was something else. The disappearing ring. And the latest thing, obviously, but there was something else. What am I forgetting out of the Abby things, Karl? There was the hands,
In the hands, right?
grave. That was the first one. Then there was the disappearing ring. Then there was something else that I'm forgetting in this moment. And now the latest stuff, hearing gunshots, the vision of all the dead people on the ground. And he also had a nightmare too about Abby shooting everyone. But there was one other thing, and I think it happened last week. Oh, this is bugging me. I want to remember it on my own, but yeah, it's evading me in the moment. I'm sure someone in the chat will remember, but all of this stuff is connected. All of it is connected. I don't think any of those incidents is something separate. They're all related, and now it's finally making sense to me. It's finally crystallizing. I've got to say, up until now, I've been kind of flummoxed when it comes to this stuff that's happening to Boyd. Like, what is going on other than his usual guilt complex over Abby's death? But now a theory is crystallizing. I think that it's likely that these things are happening as a way of warning him. They seem scary at times and threatening, but the timing of it is so uncanny that it seems like it may be a warning. Number one, there are two ways of looking at it. Number one, since this place seems to be a manifestation kind of realm where your fears and nightmares can manifest into reality, it could be that his trauma and guilt are manifesting these things. But I think it's more than that. I am starting to believe that it's a series of warnings that history is going to repeat itself soon, and he needs to make a major move. I think it's a series of warnings, essentially, especially the latest one with everybody lying there dead. I think that the helpful entity there, in my opinion, the boy in white, is trying to warn Boyd that he needs to make a big move or history is going to start repeating itself and it's going to get bad. I think, look at what's happening with Henry. Henry is getting targeted by Sophia in yellow. He's getting tricked into believing that he's living in a dream world and none of this is real. Does this seem familiar? Could this be a coincidence that Boyd's having these visions about Abby and what she did at the same time as Henry is being tricked into thinking it's a dream, just like Abby thought it was just a dream? Can't be a coincidence. It seems like this is related. Henry is probably at risk of shooting up the place, at the very least trying to shoot Victor and then himself, and I think these visions are probably trying to warn Boyd and shake him out of his complacency, because the last vision happened right after he rejected Jade's excellent plan of chopping down the bottle tree. He rejected that plan, and then boom, he had this vision of everybody lying there dead. It's like, if you don't make a major move, this is the kind of shit that's going to keep happening. This place is going to keep tricking people into doing horrible things. And you need to stop this now. You need to make a move now. That's what I think these visions are trying to tell him. And it's going to be history repeating itself. They're probably somebody's going to have to shoot Henry to stop him from shooting Victor, because that last hallucination told Henry that he needs to eliminate his anchor, whatever is keeping him so tied to that other reality that they say is not real. What's his anchor? It's Victor. It's Victor. That means he's going to try and shoot his own son. It's coming. It's coming. We can only hope that they're going to thwart him from doing it. I can't imagine anything more horrific to watch if they actually did that. I think hopefully they'll at least save Victor from getting shot. But Victor is his anchor. So let me say hi to the awesome chat before I get really far behind you guys. any more than I already am. Let's see. Wow, it's already 8:40. Damn. Hey, Jordan. Nice to see you. Hey, Shadow Skulk. Been crashing and isolating hard. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I wanted everyone to know I love and miss all y'all. Yeah, you haven't been around as much lately. I'm so sorry that you're struggling, Shadow. I understand all too well what it's like to suffer a debilitating chronic illness, and I just hope that you find ways to take care of yourself as best you can and get relief. And I hope you have a good support system in place, because you really need that too. And we're here for you. We miss you. We're here for you too. Whenever you can make it, we're always happy to see you. You always bring nothing but love and compassion into this community, and the world needs more of that. Hey, Miss Joan, nice to see you. Hey there, greedy god. I just watched seasons 1, 2, and 3. Wow. Go you. That's a lot to binge in a hurry. And Ellis is the fucking worst since episode 1. Well, he's useless is the word I would use. He's useless. He's not a bad person. I really felt for him in this episode when Fatima is that's another thing about this episode. Oh my god, this episode was crazy. Fatima's turning into a fucking monster. She's turning into a nightmare creature. So we had Fatima turning into a nightmare creature. We got Henry having these insane, vivid hallucinations. It's genius. It's diabolical. It's genius what they're doing to him. As much as it's tragic and I hate it, I can't deny that this storyline is absolutely brilliant. You've got the man in yellow coming back and choking Tabitha in the present, not a vision. I mean, what an episode. Victor revealing important information, finally talking about what happened to him after the massacre, how the boy in white took care of him, which is what we figured. We already got hints about that, but now we learned more about how he survived, and he lived on literally nothing but canned peaches for a long time. I really don't know how long a human being can actually sustain himself on canned peaches. That's not so realistic, but it's From. What are you gonna do? I just was blown away by this episode, and of course Boyd and his crazy hallucinations. Anyway, Ellis is pretty useless. He's a good person, but God, all he's good for is on the show. His only point is just being Boyd's son and Fatima's husband, and that's it. Like, that's all he really is. And I think there should have been a casualty so far this season, and I get why they kept him around now, though. If Fatima's turning into a monster, then it heightens the drama to have her husband there to freak out over it. So, like, logistically, I get now why they didn't kill off Ellis at the cabin attack. Still, he's useless. He's only there to just react to the horrible things that happened to Fatima. Let's be real. And we're going to get more of that now. And it's like rotting her insides. This connection she has to Smiley. Damn. Another brilliant twist. Brilliant storyline. Hey, Diana. Nice to see you. Hey, Amy. Pixie Vine TV. Always nice to see you. Green Who. Welcome. Hey, Debbie Bebby. Yeah, you got to catch a live because I actually managed to do one early enough. Glad that you could make it. It's always nice to see you. Sorry that you haven't been feeling well, Amy. Feel better. Take care of yourself. Lots of self-care. Come on, Julie B. We want to see you and talk about From. Yeah, I know. I had a rough day with my pain, and my spirits have been kind of low because of that. But talking about From is already amping me up. So it's like my happy place when I need an escape from my pain. That's what From does for me. Glad to see Doug as Man in Yellow again. Oh, 100%. Yeah, and Diana's excited for all of them to gather their minds and put a real plan in action. Yeah, it's exciting what they're putting into motion right now. Even though I know some people were in our watch party on Saturday, some of the people in the chat, in the watch party chat, were frustrated by this, like exactly what Ruby is saying here. Everyone seemed freaked out and acting like a worse version of themselves. And that's true. Everybody was fighting. Everybody was arguing. And that sucked to see. That was frustrating to watch, but it's the natural result of what's been happening this season. This is when they tear themselves apart. That's what happens. That's what Sophia said is going to happen next, and it's happening. They're tearing themselves and each other apart emotionally. It's not a literal thing. It's metaphorical. They're tearing themselves apart, and so this is to be expected. So everybody was fighting. Also, yeah, I remember what I was going to say earlier when I lost my train of thought. So in the watch party, Doug was there. Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow, was watching the episode with us, and he was kind enough to talk with us for about an hour after it ended. So thank you to Doug, as always, for joining us for those watch parties and for hanging out that late at night to talk with anybody who wanted to talk. You know, a few people unmuted and asked him some questions and wrote him questions in the watch party chat, and that was a lot of fun. So thank you so much to Doug for doing that. And you know, the fandom misses him. He hasn't been on live streams in a while, and so it was nice to get a chance to talk to him about this crazy new scene that he was in. And yeah, he was really happy to get to be a part of another scene in From. This was his fourth one. And really interesting, unique scene, this man in yellow scene. This was unlike any we've seen before. I think it was definitely the most dialogue he's ever had. He was very chatty with Tabitha, and you know, just seemed like he was thoroughly enjoying this and playing mind games with her, threatening her. It was just an amazing end to an amazing episode. Jane says, somebody please tell me the original Tabitha didn't have some weird affair with the man in yellow entity. Yeah. Speaking of that, of the man in yellow. Yeah. That was weird. You know, he almost seemed to have an affinity for her, like almost in a romantic way, the way he caressed her face with his nasty ass hand. That was nice. It was a nice touch. And no, I doubt it. I doubt she had an affair with him, but hey, you never know. I think he just really enjoys messing with her, and he genuinely does. Like Doug said, that in his opinion, he doesn't know any more than the rest of us, but Doug did say that in his opinion, he thinks that the man in yellow entity just really does kind of like Tabitha, that he does view her as a strange kind of friend. So I think that makes sense. You know, like, he's twisted, and in his mind, he's spent all this time with Tabitha playing this game with her for centuries, all these different versions of her, and you know, it's fun for him, and he has a fondness for her. So, you know, it's so twisted. Let's see. Yeah, he did seem like a bad boyfriend revisiting the crime scene and was elegantly threatening Tabitha. He is very afraid. Yes, I think he's afraid. I absolutely think this man in yellow entity is afraid to go to all that trouble with Tabitha. Yeah, he's afraid. Yeah, they do have a weird dynamic, though. That is for sure. Tabitha leaves some for the rest of us. Maybe he told us who he is already on the telephone. He's Thomas. Oh, yes, Ruby. That was definitely what I got out of that. Thomas called her up and threatened her, saying come to the RV or I'll hurt Julie and Ethan. Then she goes to the RV and the man in yellow shows up. So there's an answer. We got an answer, which confirmed one of my theories. Ever since the man in yellow emerged, I've believed that entity created the Thomas voice. Logically, it just makes sense, right? Both times a strange voice spoke to Jim on something that shouldn't really work, like the radio at Colony House and the phone, which shouldn't work, telling him that a member of his family is doing something, and issuing a creepy warning. The man in yellow saying your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim, and on the radio, and then the Thomas voice telling Jim, your kids shouldn't be outside so close to dark. Both of those instances, there's some disembodied voice telling Jim his family shouldn't be doing something, indicating that they're being watched. And it's not a warning in good faith. It's a warning to creep them out. And, it just made sense to me that it's the man in yellow doing it. And then when we got the season 4 trailer and saw that he's shape-shifting, that bolstered my theory even more on that, because if he can shape-shift, surely he can change his voice. So there you go. Now we got confirmation that he created the Thomas voice, kind of like a ventriloquist and can throw his voice. I loved getting that answer. What was the other thing that got confirmed this episode, Karl? It was that one, and there was one of my other theories got confirmed too, and I can't remember which one. It'll come to me. You remember? I don't remember at the moment.
Yeah, I'm forgetting at the moment too.
Yeah, I'll try to think of it. There was some other theory that got confirmed though. And Karl is here with a new avatar. Every time that he joins the stream, he has to change his avatar because StreamYard is weird and there's some kind of glitch. So he has to show up with a new picture every time. This one is the little dinosaur that we have in the truck.
Yeah.
It's the dinosaur and the 2 army men, right? Yeah.
Yeah, at the rock garden.
From the rock garden. Yeah, there's a really pretty rock garden here in town, and Karl likes to set up miniatures there and take pictures of them, like little dinosaurs and army men and stuff. G.I. Joes.
The G.I. Joe,
yeah. G.I. Joes. Yeah.
I think I accidentally dropped a StreamYard link. Just letting you know.
Oh.
Like the whole sign up for StreamYard, get $10.
Oh.
I accidentally bumped that button.
Oh yeah, that's okay. It's a weird thing StreamYard does that lets you do that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Hey, One Big Stash, welcome. Hey, Mr. Black Bond. This is epic. I'm over here like how. That's in reaction to the intro song that was created by Mr. Grant Gregory AI, friend of the channel, and the intro song is based on "Not Like Us" by Kendrick Lamar. It's in that style, and it's purely for comedy. It's not meant to brag in all seriousness, obviously. But yeah, that's what that is. It's fun. The song is great. Thanks, Ruby. Yeah, it's fun. It's an intro I always wanted. I always wanted a fun intro song to the channel, and Grant did that as a friendly gesture. Karl, were you gonna show me something? Were you gonna? Oh, okay. They don't turn into Coraline like us. Hey, PR, nice to see you. Am I really here at the beginning of a deep dive? I must be dreaming. The man in yellow must have slipped a Mickey in my drink. Mickey blood. Yeah, you actually got to be here at the beginning because it's early, relatively early for once. Is the farmer in water ship down? Wait, what does that mean? The farmer in water ship down?
Julie, is the farmer in water ship down? Oh, have you ever Have you ever read that book?
No, I've never heard of that.
The Watership Down.
No,
The
what's that?
bunnies, the different bunnies, and I forget what they call bunnies. Is it colonies that they call them? Either way, it's a famous book,
Oh,
and it's a allegory. Some of it's an allegory for the different sort of societies in the world. One of them is like sort of communist one where some rabbits turn, they rat on other rabbits, and you never heard of it?
No.
No, they did a cartoon movie about it,
Oh, okay.
and I think I forget what happens to the farmer. Who was it that left that comment?
Jordan.
Maybe Jordan can remind us what happened to the farmer in Watership Down.
Yeah. But what was that connecting to?
I don't know. I don't know. I missed it.
Okay. Yeah, let us know what the context was for that if you want. Let's see. All right, just kind of scrolling through the comments here, trying to catch up. Hey Kim, nice to see you. Everybody, I always forget to say this at the beginning, but don't forget to hit the like button on the stream. Help YouTube push this out to more people, and maybe we can pick up a few more. I usually don't get a lot of subscribers in live streams, but if we can get 5 more, then I can reach 2.5K tonight. So let's see. Just hit that like button, and that will help. And subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Trying to hopefully by like sometime this year, I'd like to reach 3,000 subs. That's my goal, at least for the year. Let's see what we can do. And what's the other thing? Subscribing, and my brain is just like I have so much trouble focusing on what I'm trying to say. It's terrible.
So you want people to subscribe,
Yeah,
to like the video, right?
yeah.
And you want them to consider donating to your channel to help you do what you do.
Consider donating, but there was something else, and I don't remember what it was now.
It said you love everybody here, and you're thanking them for showing up.
Yeah. Yeah, subscribing.
You got
and
comment, of course.
Oh yeah. I don't know. My brain is all over the place. Chronic pain is a bitch. It fries your brain. Hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you, Lori. Loved it too. A 10. Nice. Yes, and if you haven't already, everyone make sure you check out Real Cinema Therapy's channel. Lori, feel free to drop your link as always. Check out Lori's channel. She covers From with really in-depth psychological analysis of these characters and storylines, and it's just brilliant. It's just beautiful work that she does, and she streams on Wednesday nights too to talk From right now. It was Diana says it was the opus of the season so far. Yeah, I would definitely say so too. I think that's a fair statement. Darrell says this is the first episode not to feature Julie. Oh, I didn't even notice that actually. That's right. Julie wasn't even in it at all, was she?
Nope, she wasn't.
Wow. That's so strange.
Mm-hmm.
All that story walking in the first few episodes, and then
well, it's because they, at least right now, they got to keep her away from Victor. And if it's like Victor and Henry all over the place, what's the first thing that's gonna happen? Victor's gonna say "Man in Yellow," and she's gonna be like, "Wait a minute, I saw that guy." Blah 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 blah, and it's gonna give something away or something. You know what I mean? So I think the story wise, they're just keeping those two apart, just for now. Because have they interacted at all since the whole finding the man in yellow suit? No, right?
No.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
Julie saw the man in yellow eating people's organs.
Yep, and he saw his mom getting eaten or whatever.
Right. Yeah. So they're dragging that out.
Mm-hmm. And she thinks that the story walking doesn't work or doesn't do anything, right? She's sort of like giving up.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think as soon as she talks to Victor about it and they sort of compare notes, then she'll realize that oh, I was there when this happened, and potentially she could have stopped something, did something, affected something, and then she'll get reinvigorated to walk again, because she hasn't done the walk with her dad yet. 'Cause that one in our current timeline, Julie hasn't done that yet.
Mm-hmm.
So she's obviously gonna go back.
Right. I mean, she thinks that story walking is fake now. That it's just this place messing with her head. And so she and Tabitha have both stopped trying and playing the game, you know. But yeah, once she talks to Victor, that's right, she'll know this is legit. Like, the man in yellow was eating people's organs, and she saw it. So, and Darrell,
Story walking.
and Darrell, that's right. All the scenes from the Critics trailer have happened now. Thank God. No more trailer scenes from these full season trailers. And I hope we don't get any more spoilers from MGM. I don't want to know what's going to happen ahead of time. Jordan says, I'm excited to see Doug, Man in Yellow, get tripped up by the ending. I can't imagine this is going to go how he likes. Yeah, I think it's not going to go how he likes. Especially in the end of it all. He's going to lose. He's going to lose in the end. But I think he is going to make things a lot worse for everyone. You know, there's going to be hell to pay once Sophia is exposed. My prediction is for the Man in Yellow, after what just happened, I think by the end of the season, Sophia will get exposed, and then she will turn back into the Man in Yellow and keep that form. And I think we're going to have Doug in a lot more scenes in season 5. And she'll go back to what I think is probably her favorite form, the Man in Yellow. She was so happy to put that Man in Yellow suit back on. She was so happy to do it. I think she's going to do that. And we'll have Doug as Man in Yellow in season 5, just unleashing all hell on them for digging up those bones. Yeah, they do too much in the trailers, Debbie. They really do. Mr. Black says, glad they left us non-spoilers for the last 2 episodes from that initial trailer. Yes, thank God for that. Do hate that they spoiled the dolls, too. Can you imagine that jump scare? Yeah, imagine if we didn't know those dolls were going to bust through the wall. We would have been so shocked. Yes, Jordan, it was cool to see Doug again. I was worried he was shuffled off like some mortal coil. Yeah, look how easy it was for her to just turn back into him. I mean, that was great. We'll definitely get more. And there were 2 hints that there are more Man in Yellow scenes.
I was waiting to hear what you were going to say.
Because he told Tabitha, remember me? Oh,
You don't remember me yet.
Oh, that hasn't happened yet. So there's that. And then he said, see you soon at the end of that interaction. So I think there's definitely more to come. I predict in season 5, we'll get a lot more. But we may be done with the Man in Yellow for season 4, though. I think that might be it. Probably no more Doug scenes in season 4. But season 5, he'll be back. Debbie says, my Doug tribute song is coming soon. I knew he'd be back. Or maybe in the finale of the season, at the very end, when Sophia gets exposed, he could come back for one last scene. Hey, Knick-Knack Studios. Nice to see you. Yes, great episode. Indeed. Lori says, Man in Yellow was so creepy. He is iconic, scary, and funny at the same time. Oh, hell yeah. He's... let's face it, he's a way better villain. I'm not taking anything away from Sophia, but she's just the guise. She's the ruse that he's putting on, and she's doing a great job. But the really scary, iconic villain of this show is the Man in Yellow. Julia Doyle is a fantastic actress. She really is. But the way they hyped up the Man in Yellow, we wanted more of that before they just, did this. But it's starting to make sense to me now. I think all that hype is not going to it's not going to go to waste, because I do think it will be paid off in season 5, and Doug will get lots more screen time. It'll just be Man in Yellow time for season 5. That's what I think. They spoiled Fatima's belly on Instagram. God damn it. Guys, if you don't want spoilers, don't follow From on MGM on Instagram. Do not. Don't follow their social media because they keep doing shit like this. They've done it since season 3. It's ridiculous. They spoiled Tabitha's bracelet that she found in Henry's glove compartment back in season 3. That was crazy. That this season they spoiled the bag of teeth. Now they spoiled Fatima's belly turning. I mean, come on. I'm so glad I don't follow that because I was shocked by that. I didn't see that coming because I don't look at their social media for this very reason. Anyway, this is a great point, Jordan. The Man in Yellow is so cocky. It is fun to watch, but every great, I would say, villain here has hubris as a shark that eats someone. Yes, so he does have an enormous amount of hubris. He is so full of himself, and it, he's gonna, he's gonna lose in the end. But he's just so confident. He's so overconfident. Also, there is the possibility that this is a win-win situation for him, guys. It's possible that he's so jolly about all this and doesn't seem to mind if they dig up the bones. He's excited by it because either way he might win. What if they all escape and they let him out into the world at the same time? Maybe he's trapped in this realm and they'll let him loose into the world to torment the world. Just imagine that. That's something that the fandom has talked about a lot before, even before we knew the Man in Yellow. Just speaking of the evil entity in this place. So it may not be as happy an ending as we think if they escape. When he said he saved a tooth, I laughed. You know what I think that's a clue of? The tooth part, that is going to be his undoing. Or should I say Sophia's undoing. It's like when serial killers keep those souvenirs and then in the end, that's what gets them caught. They keep souvenirs from their victims, and then, oops, they're caught with the souvenirs, and it ties them to those dead people. So I think Sarah may find Jim's tooth and that pastor's tooth. So I think that was a clue as to how Sophia may be exposed when he mentioned, he specifically had to mention that he saved a tooth from Jim. He tipped his hand. He shouldn't have said that. And, and I mean, obviously Tabitha already knew about the bag of teeth, but I think that was our clue as viewers that, okay, Sophia's probably going to get exposed this way. It could happen. I mean, Sarah, I think, is already starting to look at her a bit sideways. When she didn't come home, she didn't even bother to tell Sarah that she went to Colony House for the night. And Sarah's like, what's in the bag? Sophia had the yellow suit in her backpack. And Sophia's like, oh, nothing. She didn't want to answer at first. And Sarah's like, what's going on? And she said, okay, they're clothes, but I realized they're from dead people and blah, blah, blah. Like she's getting sloppy with the way she's talking to Sarah. I would think she's smarter than that. I think Sarah is going to start to get suspicious based on that interaction. She already has been looking at her sideways a couple times. Let's see. And I saw somebody in my comments call him the Tooth Fairy, which is funny. There have been so many fairy theories in the show, and so now he's the Tooth Fairy. But if you look up the origins of the Tooth Fairy, it wasn't some Tinkerbell-looking thing. It was something scary that parents were afraid of, and they would hide their kids' baby teeth or burn them. Although I don't understand that, because don't teeth survive fires? There's
a certain temperature that they get to, and then they pop like popcorn.
Oh.
So maybe not. I don't think they survive every single fire. There's certain intensities where it, because bone turns to ash, right? In cremation, the teeth get.
Oh yeah.
There's a certain level where they do burn, but
okay, because I always think of the dental records, the way when people get burned up beyond recognition in a car accident, or something else, they're identified by their dental records.
You're right about that, but then there's fires that are past that temperature, and it's like nothing, nothing's left.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know if that's what they were burning back then.
Yeah, people used to do that. So the tooth fairy could be a scary thing back then. Hey, OW. And teeth can be used for witchcraft. Historically, teeth have been used for witchcraft to cast spells. It's I forget the term, but it can give you power over the person that tooth came from to cast hexes on them. So that's probably why he's collecting the teeth, to give him power over his victims, even when they're dead. PR says, I've always sworn that Thomas and the voices Sarah hears of the people killed in 1978 are the man in yellow. I was right. Bam. Yeah, I've always said that about Thomas and the voices. Yeah, I mean, I think the voices are partly the man in yellow and partly some voices of the dead that she can hear. So I think it's not just man in yellow, my opinion. Like the Abby voice, I think really spoke to her in season 1. Wasn't Doug wonderful as the man in yellow this episode? Oh yeah, absolutely. OW. Let's see here. What song was he singing at the end? We asked Doug that, and after the watch party in the Discord, and Doug said that they had him hum a few different tunes that were in the public domain, so that they wouldn't have to pay for the song rights. And he said that in the end, he wasn't even sure which one they went with. So they made that obscure even for him. So he doesn't even know.
So did he hum like 3 different little tunes?
Pretty
Is that what
much.
he did?
Yep.
And then like we'll fix it in post. We'll pick one in post.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, they had Doug hum a few different tunes, which was just, I thought that was such a nice touch. Just how joyful and sadistic he is. He's enjoying this so damn much. His sense of humor and happiness, his gleefulness as he's being so evil is just chef's kiss. I love how they wrote that character.
He's just misunderstood. Misunderstood. You know what that tells? That occurred to me right now when you said that.
What?
It occurred to me then he's probably, people have always said like, oh, it's this lore, it's that lore, it's this, that, or whatever. But I think the idea that the man in yellow is perhaps a type of trickster, like all the evil tricksters that are out there, like Coyote in Native American lore and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that belies that him being kind of happy and giddy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Tells me that's what he is. He's not just like oh, I'm evil for evil's sake, grr. He's more like ha ha ha, look who I tricked you, you're dead, like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. After the season 4 trailer, when we saw that he's a shapeshifter, I looked up shapeshifter mythology, and I came up with trickster gods. And so I was thinking, okay, he's some kind of trickster god-like entity, but maybe when he's in corporeal form, he loses the godlike properties, the omniscience, and he becomes more like a witch, because then he doesn't seem as omniscient when he's walking around as Sophia and having to cast incantations on people to make things happen and put her blood in someone's drink and whatnot. Let's see. Thanks, Jordan. We love you, Jules. Happy our hypes help. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you guys, too. You guys are the best. Best community. Best people I've ever met in my life. This fandom. PR says, so I'm an executive producer. Don't list me as Patrick Ragland. List me as the Ragland Pappy. You got it. You got it. I will list you that way. And yes, you are, because you are one of the donors. So I'm going to put you in next. But yeah, it's just a new idea that I had. So I'm gonna add that to like all the donors from a single month. I'm gonna put in all my videos and live streams now. And since I just started doing this, I'm gonna go back a little further than the past month to to everyone, maybe from the past 2 months, just to start. Hand Deal says, Julie, just dropping in to say you are the shizniz. Thank you. The shizniz. That's a new one. I've not heard of that.
Never heard of that?
No. You've heard of that word?
Yeah, it's basically saying you're the shit.
Yeah, I know. I get that much, but I've just never heard it put that way. Thank you so much. And hey, Melissa. Oh, thank you so much. I will use my hypes on you. Thank you very, very much. You have no idea how much it helps. It's amazing what YouTube is doing with this hype feature for small channels. Really, it's so helpful in getting more visibility for my channel. Diana says, I'm showing my ignorance here, but where do I find the hype button? Man, I am so far behind the chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to try and skim through as quickly as I can. And so the hype button, you have to, if you're on a phone, I forget where it is. You've got to go to the comment, or like, it's not the comment section. It is the area where the like button is and all the other like, share. Right, and you have to swipe your finger to the side. So like you swipe in order to find the other buttons next to the like button and the share button. So it's a swipe motion on a phone. If you're on a tablet or a Chromebook, it's a little easier to find. You might have like an option where you have to like tap 3 dots in order to see the rest of the buttons, depending on what device you're using. But it is there, but only on mobile. So phones, tablets, and Chromebooks. And yes, you can do that on your cell. So for me, I just have to swipe to the side on the like button to see all the other options, everything else that's there. So let me know if that helps. Jordan also answered the question too. So thank you, Jordan. Nick Neck says, I usually hype your videos or my small channel filmmaker friends. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I would highly recommend that to everybody that, use your hypes on small channels. That's where you can have the biggest influence. If you want to have the most bang for your buck and, really, really help a channel out, pick the smaller channels, pick the ones with less subscribers, and you have an outsized influence, more points per hype.
Yeah, right after you hype Julie's video, you use your other 2 hypes for small channels, but obviously kick down your girl.
Right. Amy said maybe Sophia will hum the song later, and Victor or Tabitha might remember it. That's a great idea. It's another way she could be exposed. There's more than one possibility. Oh, thank you so much, Greenwho. Greenwho said, I'll hype them on all my accounts. That is amazing. Thank you. That's a huge impact you can have. Thank you so much. Kim says, the song Man in Yellow was whistling was the Muffin Man, I think. Oh, interesting. I got to listen to it again and see if I hear that. Diana doesn't see it. Okay, she'll figure it out, she said. Let us know if you still have issues with it, and I'll do some kind of tutorial. Like I'll find a way. I'll take screenshots of what you need to do and, put a little circle around the area and whatnot. So yeah, if you can't figure it out, just let me know and I'll help. Nick Deck says, I just discovered you can't hype on a PC. Yeah, that sucks. I don't know why they did it that way. And I would ask, when you hype something, please try to hype my short videos that are standalone, not the live streams, but the episode breakdowns and the theory videos, all of the standalone videos that I put out that are not live streams. That's the best way you can help the channel, by doing that, by hyping those. So instead of hyping you can hype a live stream once it ends, but instead of doing that, I would maybe save that hype till later in the week when I put out my videos. So yeah, if you could you want to hype something, definitely try to focus on those, and that's the best way to help. Oh, thank you so much, DKS Art. I'll say thank you so much for subscribing from your other account. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Hey, Tamkeen. Okay, let me try and oh, Diana. See, I'm so far behind. I'm sorry, guys. Diana thinks she figured it out already. Feel better, Amy. Feel better. Yeah, don't strain yourself and try to stay up too late just to be here. You know, there will always be more streams. Hey, FROMacademy. Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. I like the name. Darrell says people still believe that what Henry is seeing is real. Oh dear. It's just a hallucination. There are a lot of clues to that, and we'll go through them. I'll try to get caught up more with the chat first, and we'll go through all the different details that make it clear that to me that Henry is looking at hallucinations. He's in hallucinations in those in those hospital visions. Tam said it confirmed for some people that everyone is just in a coma. I mean, look, all theories are welcome here.
Still chill.
Yeah, all theories are welcome here, but I just don't agree with that. Hand me Jill says, imagine they tell you to murder people in a coma. Right. It's so obvious the nurse was manipulating him. Yes. She's telling him to kill Victor. That's what she's telling him to do. Hey, Jeff. Welcome. Hey, Lady Amano. Hey, Hitflix. Nice to see you. Glad you're here, too. Darrell loves Ellis. He had a great line this episode when he talked about there being no home without her. That was a great line, and it continued. It was a reference to an old line that he said about Fatima, saying that she is his home wherever they are, even in this place. His home is with her. That was when he proposed to her. So I thought that was nice. It was a reference back to that, saying there's no home for him to go back to without her. It was heartrending. I liked that. I don't dislike him as a person. I just find him functionally useless as a character, if that makes sense. But he's not a bad guy. I don't find him annoying. Nick Nack says, I always picture Ellis stress painting about every night. They should have gave him a little bit of a jade ego, like, bro, I'm a painter. Yeah, that, like some kind of like conceited artist type who's, full of himself, and yeah, that would have been a little more engaging, I guess.
For my art, bro.
Mm-hmm,
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Man bun artist.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Demystic Mama, welcome. Hello from Chicago. Nice. Welcome from Iowa here. Chicago is not that far, actually. How many?
7 hours or something.
Yeah, it's like 7 hours from me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the Stellar Napster. Hey, Levy. Loved the last episode. Me too. Darrell says, I'm liking this season more than season 3 so far. Wow. Yeah, I think it's been great too. Darrell says people complain about the pace every season. The people who binge the show will have no issue with the pace, and the show is going to be more popular next season. I agree. I think so too. Yeah, I don't have any issue with the pace. It's a slow burn. I mean, it's not going to be interesting or fun anymore if they just give everything away. It's a mystery box. Levy says, this new way of playing the game, is it good or will it lead to disaster? A new disaster never seen by residents. I think both. I would say it's good and it's necessary getting the bones. It's going to be necessary to eventually getting out. I agree with Karl when Karl proposed the idea that maybe they need to take the bones to the Lake of Tears. So it's going to be more complicated than it seems. But the fact that they are unearthing the bones is going to bring down hell on them. Definitely. Like, it's going to be rough. I think season 5 is going to be rough. But he is definitely threatened. Melissa says, I think the man in yellow is all the voices. Okay, could be. Could be all the voices. There was one that I just really felt strongly that it was Abby in season 1 when the voice told Sarah, it was like, they shouldn't have come, that there are things out there worse than the monsters, and tell Mr. Fish and Lopes I was wrong. I just really believe that was Abby speaking to Sarah in her head. And the voices said they're trapped there too. They want to go home too. And it's been a long time since someone came along. They've been waiting a long time for someone to come along who could hear them. That just felt so genuine to me. I believe those were spirits of the dead speaking to her. But that's my opinion. Hey, Man in Black. Nice to see you. JB Julian early live. Yes, it's like a miracle, isn't it? It's not 11 p.m. on the East Coast I started at. Nick Dak says, what up, Karl?
What up? West Coast homie.
Yeah. Hey, RCO, if I didn't say hi already. Greedy God says, I called it that the man in yellow would try to get Henry to kill my boy Victor. Oh, God, yeah, that's what's happening, all right. Horrifying. Let's see. Let's see here. It's a great video. Thank you, Diana. I hate comments. Hey, Mike Light, do you think the man in yellow is the main villain, or are they going to introduce a new entity in the next 2 episodes? Remember, the writer said there's going to be a new colonial woman monster this season. I think that it's the main villain. I believe it's the main one. I've believed that since season 3 because it just, to me, makes so much sense from a story perspective, from a writing perspective, to have 2 diametrically opposed entities, both an obscure name, man versus boy, white versus yellow. They're both named for the color they're wearing. It fits. It's so elegant in its simplicity. And to me, it fits. I think we're dealing with 2 diametrically opposed entities. The boy in white, who wants to end all of these cycles. He wants it to stop. Versus the man in yellow, who wants it to keep going and keep feeding on everyone's pain. That's what I think. I think it just fits so well for him to be the main villain. And then in before season 4 began, we got an interview from the Hollywood Reporter with the showrunners, and John Griffin said something that made it sound very much like this is the main villain. The interviewer asked him something about, now that we have the man in yellow as the big bad, blah, blah, blah. And John Griffin said something, he didn't deny it. And he said something like, yeah, the man in yellow is the boogeyman of Fromville, and now what are they going to do about it? And yada, yada. That was essentially the gist of it. So the interview strongly implied that he is the big bad because he didn't deny what the interviewer said. But I already believed that anyway. Now, who knows? He could have been trying to mislead in that interview, so we can't be 100% sure. And the colonial woman, I believe that's going to be... I don't think that's going to be a monster. I think
it's a flashback or something?
Yeah, I think that Julie will story walk back to some colonial time and probably the origin and see a colonial woman and interact with her in some way, since they specifically announced that they casted her.
Mm-hmm.
So she might not be just an extra without any lines. Or maybe she'll just watch as the woman speaks. More likely than... It's probably not likely that Julie will actually talk to any of these people. What were you laughing at, Karl?
Oh, someone said that it's a straight edge junkie said, you people ain't ready for the man in purple, because people were talking about, man in yellow, man in white, and then there'd be another man in purple.
Right.
Mhm.
Levy says, I comment like 59,000 times. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, commenting helps a lot. Commenting helps with the algorithm very much. Have whole conversations in my comment section. Like, debate people on theories, like go back and forth. All of that really helps. And when I release a video, the first 48 hours are essential. So that's when it's the most important to watch, like, hype, comment those first 48 hours. Let's see. Levy, I am on gabapentin like you, and yeah, it does. I think it does make me more tired. I'm tired all the time, and I sleep a lot. I do sleep a lot of hours, and it doesn't seem to really work. But I won't go on a whole tangent about that. But thank you for your concern, and maybe I should just get off it because I don't even think it's helping anyway. Mr. Black says Randall wasn't in this episode either. That's right. Yeah, he was MIA. I didn't think they'd sideline him as much as they have. And in the last episode, they just threw him a really brief scene with Boyd. I mean, with Jade, put up a talisman on the secret door in the basement, and he was trying to bust it open, and that was it.
Well, I'm sure he's like chopping vegetables or stewing meat somewhere with Bacta or whatever, right? Isn't that what he does now? He chops vegetables? Yeah.
Yeah, the episode before that, he was just chopping vegetables with Bacta.
He's just the town food processor.
Yeah. Episode 6, chopping veggies with Bacta, which is part of his redemption arc. I get it, but it felt fillery. Episode 7, he just was trying to bust open the secret door with Jade. Episode 8, he wasn't even there.
Right. Yeah, he's probably, he's changed his name to Cuisinart.
Cuisinart. Yeah, so I think Randall will become important again soon. He'll help Julie, and I believe he's gonna die by the end of the season or meet a fate worse than death. So I think he'll have a really strong presence in episode 9 to build up to that. They've got to do that to make the impact that they want to make. Mr. Black says they've not been doing too much with Acosta either. Yeah, they've sidelined her too. The cast is too big. You nailed it right there. They just don't have enough screen time for everyone. That's the issue. And you're welcome, Lori. She dropped her link in the chat a little earlier. Julie's at 2.5K. Oh, am I really? Did I hit the mark? Let me see. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Reached 2K. I think it was not long before season 4 began. So this is great. It's all because of From. From has been the reason for all my channel growth, or the vast majority of it. There it is. Yeah, it is 2.5K. Oh, cool. 2,508. Awesome. I guess I need to go live earlier all the time. That doesn't usually happen. It's like it went up by like 13 subscribers, I think.
Oh, okay.
In this stream.
That's how short you were? Or no, wait. You're over by 8, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I was 5 under before, so that's 13 new ones. Wow. Awesome. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is a passion for me, this channel. It's a source of therapy for me in my life. And I can't thank everyone enough for your support. Shadow says hello. Oh, okay. I think I read this same one earlier. But Shadow, I hope you feel better and take care. And if you don't feel like chatting, we're just glad you're here listening. And yeah. Oh, so Levy says, I think Man in Yellow actually is the prime spirit. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think so. So iconic. The way he says terrible things while smiling. So good. Yes, OW. That's the best villains are like that. But the best villains have a sense of humor and a gleefulness about it. That's what's so just enjoyable to watch. It just makes that villain all the more sinister when they're happy and sadistic enjoying themselves. Hey, Jay Van Sleek, nice to see you. Let's see. So Debbie has a new video coming out soon. Oh, nice. Different from her usual, a parody of Teach Me How to Doug Step. Awesome. Make sure you check out Debbie's channel. She makes beautiful art, and she does from inspired art pieces. So, Debbie, you should make sure to drop your link so people can find your channel. Please subscribe to our lovely friend Debbie. She does beautiful, beautiful work on her channel. Tom says he has too many powers not to be full of himself. Oh, God, yeah. And welcome, Tom. Yeah. Man in Yellow is definitely a force to be reckoned with. He will only lose to writers. Yeah. Hey, Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. Perfect timing. Just finished episode 8 and verbally shouted when Man in Yellow asked, "Do you know who I am?" Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're dumb. Yeah, I know. Faith is definitely a part of our Man in Yellow fan club over here. It was great to see him get more screen time. Lady says that comment about the dolls just made me realize that we still don't know who was knocking on the cabin doors. The dolls were still underwater. Yeah, it wasn't them. It definitely wasn't them. So, yeah, who the hell was knocking on the doors? I still like the theory that it could be Eloise living out there, feral in the woods. What do you think, Karl?
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
Could
Like
be
that's
Eloise.
who was knocking on the door. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe story walking, knocking, looking for a specific moment too. You know,
Right.
it could be somebody like the time I knock and someone comes to the door. That's the time when I need to do something different to change the timeline or whatever.
Right.
Or Eloise being all like Claire, remember Claire, Charlie?
Yeah.
And she's like, that's not that's not Locke. That's my friend.
Yeah.
And she's out there all like, hair to the wind and all dirty and stuff and all like snarling, looking for food or something.
Mhm.
That's not Locke. That's my friend.
I think Eloise may be a story walker, and that's how she's surviving.
Mhm.
So she doesn't spend all her time living out in the woods, but she's traveling back and forth,
Mhm.
Leafy says this is all a game. He holds no fear. One fan said he might be the boy in white. Not my theory. They both might be the devil and the angel on your shoulder. They are both neutral.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think they're opposites. I think they're polar opposites. That's the way I see them. Because the boy in white just seems like he's trying to make the cycle stop, trying to lead them toward answers. Whereas, the man in yellow, he just wants them to continue suffering and remain in ignorance of everything. But that's how I see it. Thank you, Faith. Please strike the like, save video to the playlist, hype and comment in permanent comment sections when available. Share even to yourself and subscribe for maximum algorithm engagement. Thank you for your support as always. Much appreciated. So Diana thinks Ghost Jim was the man in yellow. I didn't like the way Jim interacted with Ethan. A bit of smug Sophia in him. Okay.
Okay.
Could
So
be.
the ghost Jim was the man in yellow. That
Mhm.
what the implication is.
Mm-hmm. I personally, the jury's still out,
Mhm.
but I think that he's working with the boy in white. I think that
the-
it's trying to help.
I think the far off stares every once in a while, like him, like either listening to somebody coaching him or him hearing something off in the distance that we couldn't hear. That's not that wouldn't be the man in yellow, would it? Why would he? He wouldn't necessarily need to do that. I'm not 100% saying that the theory's wrong, but that just makes me think that no, this is like somebody who just crossed over and either doesn't know or is like listening to a guy telling them what to do. Those few times that he was looking off, and Ethan's like, Dad, and he's like, hey, yeah, I need you to do something for me.
Yeah. I think it's the real spirit of Jim. The real spirit of Jim, and he's new to all this, and so the boy in white was out there coaching him secretly, telling him what he needs to say. And I think they really do need to find the Lake of Tears. But we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Quan Solar. I'm thinking maybe the man in yellow may change into the giant spider, and maybe he's the trickster like Anansi.
Anansi.
Yeah.
Bring me your stories.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Bring me your stories."
So different from the gargoyle episode that we saw. The African lore, he releases people or brings them back to life or something. I need to go back and read it. But he's like, well, bring me all your stories, because he's a storyteller. He wanted to hear all the stories. He wanted to collect all the stories, and that's the bargain that he made with some people, to let them go from his curse, or one of his curses, if they brought him everyone's story.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, reference to stories makes me think.
And then story walking, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess someone said, I don't know if it was Quan or who it was. Someone said that Anansi was on maybe an old episode of Doctor Who. I want to check that out as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
who was on Doctor Who?
Anansi. So like a character representing Anansi.
Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, I agree that Man in Yellow, it could be like the trickster, like a trickster type. Absolutely. And he may change into the giant spider. Yeah, very well could be.
Yeah.
Definitely think we're going to get a giant spider. And it may be that it's an entity that was manifested from someone's fear. Because how many people have a fear of spiders? Arachnophobia. It's so common. Somebody must have manifested a giant spider in a nightmare realm like this, where fear can manifest things.
Oh, I got it backwards. So Shadow mentioned, I think, that he was on Doctor Who, and then Quan Solar mentioned that he was on American Gods on an episode. I've never watched that show. Did you ever watch that show?
No.
Isn't that like an anthology as well?
It
kind
is.
of show, American Gods?
It is. I don't know much about it, but I know it dealt with a lot of mythology.
Right.
Hey, Rage into the Light, welcome. I think it will end with Ethan being the only one to make it out, and then he writes the books Julie uses to story walk, and the cycle will just continue with new people in the town. Yeah, I believe this is the desired outcome. I think every cycle probably ended with a sole child survivor, a son of Tabitha. But I think it's going to end differently this time, I hope. Because then everything that's happening, all the battles they're fighting would be so futile if it all just ends the same. I hope not, but I do think it's the desired outcome of the MIY. Mitchy Mitch says Jade was never the smart one. What did the monster mean by saying that? Toby knew where he was, and Jade thought that Toby created this, calling him a genius. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he thought Toby created or set this up as a giant escape room.
Yeah.
Paid for him to come here. Yeah, I always wonder about Toby. I definitely I've had a tinfoil theory about him too, but yeah, hopefully we eventually get answers about what was the deal with Toby. Mr. Lou said, "I don't like him. Look at the mess he made." And why did he say that? There was a lot of mystery surrounding Toby. And the fact that Sarah had to kill him before the monsters even got there, like hurry up and kill him and just make it look like the monsters did it. Like, what was the hurry? It just makes me wonder, did Toby know something? I think what that meant about Jade was that in past lifetimes, Jade was not as bright, that he was not too smart, and now he's been reincarnated as a genius. So it's different now. So the monsters think he's still stupid, though, from the sound of it. Let's see. Yeah, so Lori thinks that that Sarah is going to find the man in yellow suit, Sarah started wearing black like she Neo. She about to be on Man in Yellow's ass. Yeah, I think Sarah could will likely be the one to expose her. Khan thinks the Man in Yellow uses the teeth to shapeshift into them. That's something I've thought about too, and that that's likely.
That may be why. Remember, Smiley had a tooth. What was Smiley doing with a tooth?
Right.
Maybe that's the talisman or the tie to be able to glamour himself how he looks.
Right. Right. Yeah, Smiley. That was so odd that Smiley had a tooth too. Quan says if Doug killed Ethan on the RV, that would have destroyed Ethan, and he would have become Victor 2.0 for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. But he's like, kill you? Why would I do that? You know, he's enjoying watching her. So not yet, anyway. That was so sinister how he said not yet. Hey, the noob gamer. What if Fatima turns into a monster without losing her humanity? Because the monsters sacrificed their kids. That's why they lost their humanity and had to kill people. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. What does this mean? She's physically turning into one of those monsters, but she's not. I mean, she hasn't sacrificed her kid or any child, or so that's a good question. Maybe she'll still be herself inside, but she'll be like those things.
She'll be the daywalker, like Blade, huh? Something in between.
A daywalker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she could be. Imagine though if she's forced to rip people apart. Imagine if Fatima is forced to do it against her will because she turns into one of those things. That would be a crazy thing to have to watch. We've always fans have always theorized about what would happen if, a person becomes one of the monsters. There have been theories about that for a long time, and once they were revealed as having been created that way because they sacrificed their kids, I thought, okay, that's it on those theories. No one's gonna become a monster, but thankfully this show continues to surprise me. I don't like to be able to predict everything. It's fun to have theories that I get right, but I'm glad that it can surprise me too. I did not see this one coming, that she's turning into one of those things. So let's see here. Levy was saying something. Levy was saying something about entities that cause chaos, misfortune, or harm, but I can't find the first comment related to this. Oh, a haint. Who is a haint? The man in yellow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Malevolence. They're usually angry, vengeful, or intent on causing chaos, misfortune, or harm. They actively seek to attach themselves to the living, follow people, or invade their homes. They are unbound spirits, trapped between life and death, often because they suffered a tragic or violent end, were improperly buried, or refused to leave their earthly obsessions behind. Yeah, it could be. It could be that. So Mike Light thinks, I really do not think the man in yellow is the entity. I think he or she worships the entity. The colonial monster woman is probably his true form. Maybe so. And Nick Neck says, most definitely use my hypes for Julie first. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Stronger every day. Nice to see you. Hi, just popping on, putting a baby to sleep. Well, always great to see you. Hope you still hear this. It's a little bit late because I'm behind the chat at the moment. Let's see. Oh, okay. Darrell says they should be filming season 5 already, because Boyd isn't attending a Comic-Con event in July because of that. Nice. Very cool. Debbie thinks the man in yellow entity is making a collage out of Henry's memories to form these illusions. It's causing Henry to have. Everything is from his house. Yes, pictures, clock, chair, painting, etc. Indeed. I'll put up the images and show, compare them. Oh, Levy said University of Iowa alum. Cool. A fellow Iowan resident here, or at least at some point. Stronger every day says, will Tabby finally start remembering stuff now? Would love to see mom and daughter working together when Julie story walks, but I don't think these writers can write a functional family. It doesn't seem that way. I doubt it, but they've got to start coming together more. Levy says, could Abby actually be the one telling the truth? The other ghosts don't say anything. They're all agreeable like the boy in white. They give zero information. I know. I don't trust Abby. Ghost Abby was always trying to mislead Boyd, if you ask me, for malevolent purposes. Against her will, I think the man in yellow is forcing Ghost Abby to do that. I think that they're the real spirits, and she's forced to be in his service because he broke her while she was alive and got her to kill all those people when she snapped. That's what I think. Just my opinion. But Green, who says, I wonder how Henry will try killing Victor. God, probably with a gun, I would say. It's gonna, if they're gonna repeat history, I bet it'll be, he'll somehow acquire like one of the extra guns. Maybe he'll, I don't know, we know there's an extra gun floating around that I think Boyd confiscated from Victor. I don't think Victor has his gun anymore. If he did, Henry would just steal that. Hey, the King of Crank. I'm starting to think Man in Yellow is Victor's real father, which is why Victor survived this long untouched. Oh, interesting. I think Victor was allowed to survive because he forgot almost everything, and the entity has been feeding on his fear and pain all this time. So he was the sole survivor, and while nobody was there, the evil entity still had a living person whose fear he could feed on. That's just my opinion. Straight Edge says, you people ain't ready for the Man in Purple. There was the comment. M. Abdul says, when the voices told Sarah to kill Ethan, some of the dead souls may know that Tabitha made some deal with Man in Yellow regarding her sons, currently Ethan. Interesting. Yeah, what I think about that, I think the Man in Yellow wanted Ethan killed because he has too much insight. He has too much insight into the quest, and he's supposed to be a guide to the adults to help them with this quest. And also there's the theme of child sacrifice too. So this entity wants more children. Sivan says, do you think the Man in Yellow transformed into the kimono lady? Probably not. It's probably just one of those entities that's like, where did it get created from? That's the only thing that I struggle with. What is the origin of the kimono lady? It's hard to say. I don't know. I struggle with that one, to be honest. I don't know about the kimono lady, but I don't know about the Man in Yellow becoming her. That entity was just so random. A lady in a kimono all shriveled up as the monster midwife. Hey, Football Affinity. Nice to see you. Julie's streaming early as fuck. I missed the start. Yeah, I bet a lot of people will be caught off guard and missed it. I put out some Discord notifications early to try and get the word out that I was going to be doing that starting early. I'm going to try to do this, just heads up. I am going to try and start streams earlier on a regular basis. Try to start them at like 9 p.m. Eastern on a regular basis. That's my goal. Thanks, Debbie. Thanks for the congrats. Thanks, Darrell. Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Kim and Lori. Jane says Randall did say maybe death isn't the worst thing that could happen in that place, so I worry what's going to happen to him. I believe that was foreshadowing that he's going to have a terrible fate. Yeah, I've always believed that. And I still think it's coming. Worse than death would be being a monster trapped here, doing evil deeds that you can't control. Oh, yeah, Quan. Absolutely. That's definitely worse than death. Greedy God says, I've been on my nerd shit. I've started the show over and I've been trying to keep track of deaths and lives to figure out if it's 47 people in the town. It's way more red shirts in the town than 47 people. It seems like there are way too many people. Yeah, definitely. There are way more than... It seems like sometimes there are more than the 47 that they say. But yeah, I think there are probably 47 people at any given time. But right now, the 47 includes Sophia. And she shouldn't count because she's not human. So it's odd. And you're welcome, Debbie. Check out Debbie's channel. She dropped the link there a little while ago. And her goal is 500, and she's got a From playlist. Definitely make sure you check out Debbie's channel. And Melissa says, I want to know if Tabitha is going to tell someone about her encounter with the man in yellow. Yeah. I think she's going to try and get in the way of these plans that they have to go down and get the bones now, because he scared the shit out of her. He scared the shit out of her, and he's threatening her. So, yeah, she's going to be a problem, I think. Yes, straight edge. This is what I've been saying. I've got the same theory. The show is a game of chess between the man in yellow and the boy in white. Man in yellow's army is the monsters, and the townspeople are the boy in white's warriors. Oh, that's an interesting way of putting it. I hadn't thought of it that way. But yeah, I don't know if I already told you this when you were here at another stream, but probably did. But I put out a 2-part video theory last year saying that I think this is like a chess game, a metaphorical chess game between the man in yellow and the boy in white. And the way I look at it, they're both using the townspeople as chess pieces. They're both trying to manipulate the townspeople. But definitely you could say the monsters are also chess pieces. But yeah, I think the man in yellow also uses some of the townspeople, trying to manipulate them. Like, for example, using Ghost Abby to manipulate Boyd, stuff like that. There and we got more chess references in the previous episode with Jade making that model that included 2 pieces or 3 chess pieces. It keeps coming back for a reason, and I think that's definitely what's going on. And they always plan a few moves ahead. They're always kind of thinking several moves ahead, both entities. And you have to do that in chess too. So I'm going to pull up the images of Henry's room just before I forget now. Darrell says Henry is being shown what he wants to be real. Yes, such as Victor, seeing Victor how he wants him to be, having a grandson and Eloise being alive. It's all fake. 100%. And it's really tragic. It's so sad. It's so sad. I hate it. I hate it and I love it at the same time because it's a genius storyline, but it's devastatingly sad what they're doing to Henry. Mitch says Eloise is protecting Victor. I think she made a deal with the boy in white and is working out rendezvous, sending people to Fromville. I think that is such a cool theory, Mitch. I love that. I love that theory. M. Abdul says the references to games and quests points to the writers were influenced by D&D game as an interpretation in a modern setting. Somebody left a comment for me on one of my videos going into detail about how D&D could relate to this. And I got to say, it made a really good argument about talismans and whatnot. Talismans are in D&D as well. So I think that could very well be an influence on the show. Okay, I'm almost caught up with the chat. Let me see if I can just catch up quickly, and then we'll jump into breaking down the episode scene by scene. and look at Henry's room, and what's so fake looking about it. Hey, Taito Guardian. And yes, Debbie, Doug's Man in Yellow is deliciously sinister in this episode. Exactly how I would put it. And Quan thinks the monsters collect the teeth just like the Man in Yellow does because they are an extension of him. Yes, they're the tip of the spear. So that makes sense. They're the tip of the spear, and so they function a lot like him. And I think they take the organs, and the Man in Yellow eats the organs, so the monsters probably do too. They're an extension of him. Absolutely. They've always, I mean, the organs have always disappeared. Taito doesn't think Fatima will turn into a monster. I think it might just be a physical consequence of psychically connecting to a monster. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she'll turn into the same type necessarily, but her body seems to be, turning into physically what they're like, with her pulse and her heart rate going down to a level where she shouldn't be alive. That was crazy. And she feels a coldness inside her, and her stomach has all the blue veins. Oh, that was crazy. So the question is, will she go to really full-blown monster, or not, to the point where she has to kill people? I mean, the monsters, I think, are forced to kill people. They don't have any agency. So will she be forced is the question. Shadow says, I was thinking that the monster at Pornstash's window had Fatima's role in a previous cycle, which is why she didn't have a choice, that the taking of baby Smiley counts as a sacrifice. Wow, that's really interesting. That maybe some of the current monsters were not there in the origin, that maybe someone else killed a monster in a previous cycle and they were turned into one. That would be crazy. And it makes sense to me. If not everything is repeating itself, but things are happening in cycles. A lot of things are repeating themselves in each timeline. And I definitely think someone has killed a monster before. That looked like a ritual when Smiley was getting reborn. It looked like a ritual with the monsters all lined up in a circle, like they knew what to do. And the kimono lady knelt down and he was born. So if somebody birthed a monster before, then they had this consequence happen to them before. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Debbie says Fatima was pregnant. Man in Yellow entity used the embryo to regenerate Smiley, just like the egg was fertilized when Sophia used it to bring Roger back to life. In my humble opinion, it was the same blood sacrifice ritual. Okay. So you think like he hijacked the pregnancy? Could be. Yeah. It could be something like that. Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, it takes life to get life. Absolutely. So Fatima having life and then Smiley taking it, it does make sense. Street Edge says, I think the Man in Yellow is a former regular old human. He just worships the forest entity, and that's why he is the way he is. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. I think he's been the big bad all along, but there's a lot we don't know, so we will see. Okay. Greedy God says Fatima gave birth to Smiley in the dark, like how the kids were. I think she is turning into one of the monsters, not by choice because of that. Her child was born and raised in the dark. Oh, nice parallel there. Her child was born and raised in the dark. Nice. I like it. Yeah. Makes sense. So it does kind of parallel that. So now she gets to turn into a monster too, even though she didn't sacrifice her child. Oh, it's just sort of like an echo of the origin story, an echo of it. I really like that. Let's see. Oh, that's interesting. Straight Edge says, I think Victor survived because someone has to be the storyteller, chronicler. If no one is there to witness the talent, it ceases to exist. That was Victor's role and will be Ethan's role. So the spirits telling Sarah to kill Ethan were also telling the truth. Cool theory. Very cool. The Victor of Victor's cycle is the man who jumped off the roof. Okay. Lady says maybe the colonial woman yet to be seen transformed into the into the kimono lady. Yeah, I don't know. I think she probably existed all along, but who knows? Kimono lady kind of baffles me.
She's like a red herring, like her kimono, you know? Red herring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3K next. Hey, Samuel. Thank you. And hey, I never know how to say this. J Ohio or Johio. How about Randall becoming the next Martin, chained to a wall and with worms? I think that could very well happen. Yes, that's one of my theories too. I'm not the first one. It wasn't my idea, but it's definitely a theory that I've adopted as likely to happen. Absolutely, I think he could be the next Martin. Always happy to support Debbie, however we can here. Taito says, I think the man in yellow can't just straight up kill people unless a rule is broken. I bet that's why he was able to unalive Jim. Yeah, I think that he has rules to follow just like everybody else. I think he does have some rules to this. There are rules to this game. So, yeah, absolutely. I think there are certain restrictions. Diana says the man in yellow enjoys the manipulation. 100%. He enjoys it a little too much. Lady says we had a bishop in Father Kotri, and Jade is sort of like the knight. He takes 2 steps forward, but then always takes that extra step to the left. That's a good comparison. Yes, great analogy. And, as far as my chess theory, I don't know enough about chess to try and align the characters to specific chess pieces. But I just feel that it works as a loose metaphor. It doesn't have to be a perfect analogy, but a loose metaphor is what I'm going with. Lady says, actually, Jade and Tabitha would have to be the king and queen. Taito says, Jade and Tabitha must be king and queen because without them, I doubt they'll succeed. Yeah, absolutely. I know that much about chess. Jess says, what if there are all the powerful entities who are involved in a game between Boy in White and Man in Yellow? They lost their memories to participate. Explains why Boyd told Donna to wake up. She got up. Yeah. Could be. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Fatima's out of here. Yeah, knick-knack. Absolutely. Either monster or as soon as her connection to Smiley is done, she dies. Yeah, this is not going to end well for her. She's back on my death list. Either she's going to die or she turns into one of those things. Either way, she's done. That's equivalent to death. So my death list is now Henry, number 1, Fatima, number 2, and Randall, number 3. The top 3 who I think are not going to make it to season 5. And that's it's changed a bit since the beginning of the season. Randall was already on my list, but Fatima and Henry were not until more developments happened. Hey, Lucas, the monsters seem to be able to decide whether to kill or leave people alive. They have fun with it. I think they have agency, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. They do seem to have fun with it, but I think that fun is a reflection of the Man in Yellow's fun. Don't you think, Karl?
Yeah, I think they're going along with his sort of having fun. Because they seem sort of like, you know what I mean? Like they're following orders all the time. To me.
Right. Like when they set the livestock loose, it looked like they were walking around as robots. and some external force was controlling them.
Exactly.
The mod girl walked up to the barnyard and moved. If you watch it back, she moved just like a robot the way she opened the gate to let the animals loose. So I don't think that monsters can control what they do personally. Hey, Michelle Williams. Welcome. Don't forget to hit the like Michael says here. Hit the like as you come in, and make sure you subscribe, please. And don't forget the notifications. That's what the thing I forgot earlier when I was like, what else was I going to ask people about to do? It was notifications. Tap the bell to enable all notifications, because sometimes I have to postpone live times due to my health condition, and so make sure you enable those notifications. And I would recommend joining the Discord too, because I hear that the YouTube notifications don't always go out. So join the Discord. That way you'll get reliable notifications. They always go out. And you can tweak the settings so that you don't get notified over every little thing, but you can enable just the at everyone, the ones where I tag everybody. And that way you'll know when we do go live. Jane says, I'm waiting for Fatima to find a tooth in her room and freak out. Maybe Tilly's. Oh, yeah. I'm waiting for Sarah to find a tooth. One of Sophia's that she's hiding. Not hers, literally, but the ones she's hiding. Yeah, Shadow. Fatima lost a tooth during her pregnancy. What happened with Debbie? Oh, Debbie's just got an awesome art channel where she has her beautiful art pieces, and so we dropped the link to that. Football says, yes, cycles have happened, but we have no proof. Everything happens the same way. I'm extremely against that. Man in Yellow just said to Tabitha, you never made it this far. No, it's not everything is the same, but major developments, I think, happened the same way. Like the boy in white told Jade, it's always the same. Once they know the truth about who you are, first they blame you, then they hate you, and eventually they kill you. So that's something that always happens the same. And certain things repeat. There are certain types of violence that repeat, like people losing eyes, losing an eyeball, So, and I think in every cycle, the man in yellow entity infiltrates the town as one of them, pretending to be one of them. So things like that. Major developments, not literally everything. Tabitha coming back with a boy and a girl child. Victor pointed to that as something that repeated. Hey, Gabby. Nice to see you. OW says, if the man in yellow could kill anyone, they'd all be dead by now. Oh, yeah, there have to be rules. But I think he also doesn't want to. He said, because he's enjoying the game. He doesn't want to just kill everybody at once. That wouldn't be any fun. It's all about the game, dragging out the pain and suffering and watching them dance, manipulating them like puppets and watching them dance. Gabby, I'm just about to open up my images and we're going to break down the episode scene by scene. So you had some good timing. We've just been talking about the episode like we do. We do just general chatting about the episode. Me and Karl in the chat, and that's it. So we still have the whole episode breakdown to get through. Let's see. Football says 12 episodes left. The story is hyper focused. Can't introduce too many new things now. We still have to see Julie scratch and story walk. Right. Yeah. So we can't have any filler. I hope they really keep that story tight. Indeed. Hey, Bill Chill. What up from Tastics? Nice to see you, Bill. Hey, from Boyd Stevens. Greedy God has a wild question. Who does the monster's laundry? They kill people and spill blood everywhere, but always come back with clean clothes. Yeah, they got the best dry cleaner in history. I mean, look what happened to the man in yellow's suit, for God's sake. Look what happened to the man in yellow's suit and and there was blood everywhere, including on the crotch, and somehow it's gone now. I don't know. It's a miracle. Taito says if Henry doesn't die, he might end up killing Victor, and that would be worse than dying. Oh my god, yeah. Ugh, I hope not. Levy says Victor will die. Ethan is nearly ready. I've been worried about Victor dying for a while now, but I'm leaning a little more towards Henry dying and Victor surviving that attempt at taking him out. But he could. I mean, Victor, if he keeps remembering so much, he could die. And I believe what's happening to Henry is a consequence of him remembering so much. Knowledge comes at a cost. Don't you think, Karl? Like, that's why Sophia is targeting Henry, because Victor is uncovering so many buried memories and sharing them with people.
Right, exactly. Maybe it'll lead to Henry and Victor going up to the roof and having a view of stuff, and then Henry's like, "Come with me." Pew! Splat.
Yeah. So it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well at all. It's the cost of Victor's forbidden knowledge. Just like Tabitha, instead of Tabitha getting killed, it's a fate worse than that for her. Jim gets killed and she has to live with the guilt. He gets punished instead. So I think Henry is being targeted for that reason, for what Victor is remembering. So Stronger's Death Watch is Sarah, Henry, Victor, and Tabby. I would say Tabby is probably safe until the end of the series. I think Tabby and Jade, I think they've got plot armor to the end of the series, in my opinion. Sarah is at risk, especially because she could be in Sophia's crosshairs if she exposes her. So she's definitely at risk. Henry majorly, and Victor is at risk too, for sure. I hear a lot of people say this, Taito. I'd give up on the show if Victor dies. I don't like seeing children die on screen, and he's a child-coded character, which is close enough. I totally get it. It would be really just brutal. And we saw a child die in the first episode, but we didn't get a chance to get to know her, at least, so we could kind of get over it a bit more easily. We didn't get a chance to know little Megan. Hey, Tamika's Den, nice to see you. I hope you're doing as best as you can and hanging in there with life, taking care of yourself. Let's see. I hope everything's going well with your channel. Check out Tamika's Den's channel, guys. I don't know if I've said that before, and I apologize for overlooking that. I should have, because I like to, anyone who has a channel, I like to plug that and just get the word out as best I can from my little platform here, So let me see. Tamika's Den. Let me find her link and I'll drop the link to that for you. Let me see. And check out Tamika's channel. I saw her on Tony's panel recently. She did a great job. Tony Teflon's panel, which is terrific. So let's see. So Tamika's Den. Here's the link. Check that out. Mike Light says Julie is the most traditional hero in the series, even more so than Boyd and Victor. I could see that. She's definitely kind of being put in a hero role now with the story walking. So on Bill's chopping block, Randall, Henry, Donna, Ellis, Victor, and Boyd. Wow. Boyd. I think Boyd is another one of those people who has plot armor. I think he's not going anywhere until the series finale, and then I think he dies. He doesn't make it out of there. I think he'll die in the series finale. That means season 5. And
Maybe he'll keep the man in yellow from escaping Fromville. Boyd will sacrifice himself.
Yeah, sacrifice. That he's definitely destined to sacrifice himself.
And then Randall will be stuck in Fromville with the man in yellow forever. a fate worse than death, you know.
It's the two of them.
There's an episode of Star Trek where some guy ends up battling himself forever.
Oh shit!
You missed that one. You were asleep when that one was on.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's terrible. I think Donna is going to be safe for a while now because they had 2 chances to take her out and they didn't. So I think she's going to stick around for a while, my opinion. But Randall, absolutely. Henry, yes. Victor's at risk. And Ellis, now that Fatima is in grave danger, I think Ellis is safe. Because they're going to need the drama of Ellis freaking out over Fatima and what's happening to her and grieving her. Lucas says, Tabitha just promised Victor he's getting home. He'd better survive. I know, right? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Greedy God. When you get the notification, hit the like ASAP. Support the family. Yes, please. Please remember to hit the like. It's so important. Like, I mean, I don't get it because I'll have a stream with 1,000 views and only 100 and something likes. And I'm like, no, why? I know, I get it. I forget to hit the like sometimes myself. But, you know, for there to be only 100 something likes and 1,000 views, it's a pretty weird ratio. Darrell says the golem will save Fatima. It's going to be okay. That or the Lake of Tears. Oh, okay. You think the golem will save her? I don't know, man. From what I've learned about golems, and I'm new to the whole golem subject, like I'm sure a lot of you are, they sound like they just protect people with brute force. So I don't know if he can save her from some magical, condition that's turning her into a creature. I just feel like he saves people with brute force. But I don't know. I'm new to the subject, so I could be wrong. Hit the like, you Sophia's. Oh, that's a nasty burn. Not Sophia's. Egg spill. Sarah would be getting more screen time if she was dying this season. Yeah, it's a good point, Darrell. It's a good point. And she's not getting that much, to be honest. Levy says it's going to end with all of us crying. I have to agree. It is. It's gonna end with that. What's happening with Henry is already devastating me. It's absolutely soul crushing what's happening to poor Henry. The cruelty of it all, making him think that he has a grandson in this other fake reality, who has his dead wife's eyes. Could it get any more cruel than that? I mean, Sophia literally conjured up a fake grandson who has his dead wife's eyes. He said he has Miranda's eyes. That is so sick and cruel. I can't even bear it. It's what's happening to Henry is worse than death. It's worse than just killing him. This is so sick. Anyway. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're in pain, Michael. I hope you feel better, get some pain relief however you can. Just take care. Be kind to yourself. I know what it's like all too well. Twilight's in Saga or Sin Saga. I'm not sure. I have a crazy theory. I think the man in yellow was one of the child sacrifices. I thought before he sacrificed the boy in white for his powers, but now I think he was one of the children. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that is an original one. I mean, his origin story is totally shrouded in secrecy, so who knows? It would be interesting if he wasn't always evil, if he didn't start out that way. Like that Frankenstein, that quote from Mary Shelley, not Frankenstein, but like the quote from Mary Shelley about what was it that Doug said in an interview? It was about how, like, that evil doesn't start out that way. I can't remember exactly now. I used to have it like right on the tip of my tongue, but like there's a quote by Mary Shelley about evil, the nature of evil, and how it doesn't always, like, villains don't start out that way. It's something about villains. If you search up that, it's related to villains. Anyway, Knickknack sub to Tamika. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for supporting her. And you're welcome, Tamika. I'm happy to help. Always. Twilight says there's a drawing of the children on the merry-go-round that each are wearing specific colors. Yellow on a boy, red on a girl. Kimono lady wore red. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I remember that drawing. There's also a drawing of the faraway trees with a color associated with each. Yellow, blue, red, orange, green, and purple, or pink, and both drawings look like the symbol Jade sees. Nice. I like it. I like it.
Is it no man chooses evil because it is evil. He only mistakes it for happiness, the good he seeks. Is that what you're talking about? Or no?
No, it's not that one. It's not that one. But that one applies too, right, to the point that I'm making. Let's see. So Taito thinks Fatima will surprise us. Stronger thinks maybe Fatima will feel Sophia is wrong. Or maybe she'll sense that with her new smiley sense. You never know. Darrell says 5 characters who aren't ever dying are Ethan, Julie, Kenny, Fatima, and Ellis. I could see that, I could see. I don't know, not Fatima though. I think Fatima's done. I just don't think she's gonna make it now. Green says Boyd's sacrificing himself like the father in the Poseidon adventure. Yeah, he's our Mr. Fish and Loaves Christ-like figure. So there you go. I mean, he's not gonna make it out in the end. He's gonna sacrifice himself. Oh, Jay, that's interesting. Fatima looked into the face and eyes of the golem like a viewmaster and saw through Smiley's eyes, seeing Kenny. That's interesting. She was looking right at the face. I hadn't really put that together, but yeah, you're right. Oh, Shadow, that's brutal. Henry, I'm so sorry. Henry reminds me too much of my dad, who passed away 4 years ago, watching him suffer and then die. I'm so sorry. Oh, my heart goes out to you. There's no healing a wound like that. That just stays with you. That's just devastating. I'm sorry. It must be triggering to watch that. To watch this Henry storyline. Oh, hugs to you, Shadow. And thank you, Michael, for dropping the Discord link. Thank you for doing that. Since I don't have it in the description of this, well, technically I do. It's in there. The Discord link is automatically in there. If you look, there's a little Discord symbol, so you can find my Discord link in the description of the live stream. And after the stream is over, I'll add all my other links in there to my recent videos. Yeah, Taito, the boy in white could have been one of the children, maybe that got away. It's an interesting theory, that he was able to get away like Tabitha and Jade saved. Well, you never know. Let's see. Oh, wow. Michael says, I have 2 autoimmune disorders and liver issues. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds very painful and difficult to live with. And I hope you take care of yourself and find as much comfort as you can, as Tamika says. Taito says, random question, but aren't there 2 bottle trees? How do they know they're pulling up the right one? Yes, there are. They know they're pulling up the right one because only one of them is a faraway tree. So this one is special. The other one is just a tree with bottles, but this one is also a faraway tree. So it's magical. So I think it's the smart move to pull up the magic one, the one that can transport people from place to place. So that's why. So let me now that I'm caught up with you guys, let me pull up all the images from the episode, and we'll break down the whole thing. Oh, that's weird. What's happening? I'm trying to share my screen and it gave me an error message. That's never happened before. Okay, now it worked. Let's see. I just remembered an excerpt from that quote that I was trying to remember.
I want to post one that's probably different than the one you're looking for.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you got the one I'm looking
No,
for.
I don't think so. I like that one.
Let's see.
But I don't think it's one I've heard you or Doug say before.
Oh, okay. I have love in me, the likes of which you can scarcely imagine, the rage of the likes of which you would not believe. If I cannot satisfy the one, I will indulge the other. Wow.
No, that sounds like me.
That does sound like you. I was just thinking that as I read it. Yeah, that's you, Karl.
Oh, man.
I found the quote.
Oh, okay.
The quote that Doug read on Tony Teflon's live, and then he later read it on mine too. That the history of villains is much more entertaining than that of heroes, because monsters are not born, they are created. They do not emerge from emptiness or darkness of their own accord, but they are shaped by circumstances, by the wounds of the world around them. And I think it might go on longer than that, but I just love that quote. That's just beautiful. And so he envisions the man in yellow that way. And Doug doesn't have any more information about the man in yellow than anybody else, but that's what he envisions, that the man in yellow, that maybe he wasn't always like this, and has some interesting origin story that we have yet to learn, created by circumstances, by the wounds of the world around them. Monsters are not born, they are created. I just love that quote. Really stuck in my head when I heard it. So the episode, now before we get into the whole breakdown though, I just wanted to point out, I wanted to go to the scene, go to the hospital room that we were talking about, and compare it to Henry's house. What sticks out so much in it. So let me go to that scene. Let's see, hospital hallucinations. So why is this fake? Why is this, what are the hints that this is fake? Number one, so
the room's yellow.
The room is bright yellow as fuck. Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
It's yellow as well.
Yeah, it's yellow as fuck. Yeah. The hospital room is yellow as fuck. And the yellowness of it, I mean, hello, man in yellow. It's yellow everywhere. It's like pale yellow pillowcases, yellow walls. This was the really cruel part where his grandson, his fake grandson, is introduced. And the first time we see him, he looks up with a shot highlighting his eyes. That is just fucking cruel. This shot couldn't highlight his eyes anymore. Like it's like bright arrows pointing. Hey, notice the eyes. And and Henry later said that they're his wife's eyes. I mean, it doesn't get crueler than that. Creating this fake grandson that doesn't exist just to torment him and has Miranda's eyes. And then let's see. So that was a. Wait, is this one of the brief ones? No, I didn't zoom in on this before.
What's that?
There's a picture on the wall back there. I wonder if this was in Henry's house.
Which one? The one on the wall, or the one on the dresser?
The one on the
That's
wall.
a starling.
That's a starling?
Yeah.
Oh. See, I can't tell. It's so blurry. And then I can't really see that well what's on the dresser, because when you zoom in, it gets blurry. But it looks like maybe a picture of Miranda and the kids. I'm not sure, but
yeah, maybe right there. Isn't it the same as like some of Victor's drawings, like blue, yellow, right? Blue and yellow are some of the colors that he uses to represent some people on some of them.
Oh,
right.
Actually, yeah. And I just noticed, yeah, they're wearing red, yellow, and blue.
Yeah. And
in Fromville, there are clusters of red, yellow, and blue everywhere.
Right. Oh, okay.
Everywhere. Like you see in the houses, like the set dressing, there's like bright red, yellow, and blue all like near each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's representational of the rainbow sky. In the Chromonacle book, the Chromonacle is lost in the rainbow sky. When you combine red, yellow, and blue, you get all the colors of the rainbow.
Right.
I think that's why we see clusters of red, yellow, and blue everywhere. Even the curtains in the house the Matthews live in, they're red on one window, blue on another, and yellow on a third, all in the same shot.
Oh, okay.
Which is very odd, right? Like,
right.
To have 3 colors of curtains, 3 separate colors. And also, if I'm not mistaken, that picture looks like it's the one of Victor and Eloise in the snow. I'll compare it to the wall in Henry's house, but that looks like the one from Henry's house.
Which one?
The one on the right looks like they're in the snow on the dresser.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, let me go to my folder from that episode at Henry's house, because there are a few things that come right from his house.
Also, Twilight's and Saga, I'll just mention that real quick. In the comments said, interesting, in the same episode that the starling had a broken wing was the episode Sophia broke her arm to manipulate Sarah. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
The person saying they have to be connected. That's interesting as well.
That is interesting, right?
That also speaks to like whoever it was. What was it? You saying that you think the crows are good and the starlings are bad, or was it that you're thinking it's the other way around?
Yes, I think it's the starlings are bad because they're terrible birds,
right?
You know,
and there's one there.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. Starlings are horrible. Like they're an invasive species here in North America. And they murder other birds. They murder the babies in the nest. They, destroy the eggs of other birds, and then they replace those with their own eggs and leave them for other birds to raise. And then these starlings are. Is it starlings or did I say cuckoos that are murderers right from birth? As soon as they come out of the shell, they literally like kill the other baby birds I
know for sure cuckoos do it. Like cuckoos like push the other birds out of the nest, either the eggs or the other birds. It'll like what like when the parents are gone, it's like get out of here.
Yeah.
Onto the ground.
Yeah. I can't remember at this moment if it's cuckoos or starlings that specifically push the other eggs out of the nest right after they hatch. They're murderers from the time they're born. But I know that the starlings and cuckoos both steal other birds' nests and like leave their own eggs in it for like their deadbeat parents, and they let the other
For sure,
birds
for sure
raise their
cuckoos do
kids.
that, for sure. I
Yeah.
know the cuckoo. I've watched a nature video on it, and you see the bird. The other birds are gone, and the cuckoo comes like real quick, and she's like, "What?" And she just drops the egg and gets the hell out of there, you know. And then when the cuckoo's born, it starts getting fatter and fatter than the other birds, and the birds are like, "What the hell's going on?" It's like the dad bird looking at the mama bird like, "This must be you. Who you been messing around with, girl?" You know. And it's like, and then cuckoo just starts growing and growing like, "I'm hungry," and then like gets rid of the other little brothers, you know.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Wish you could see like the motions Karl was doing as he was telling that story. Like the gestures are really funny. But like, the cuckoos grow so fast, and then they're literally, the babies are literally bigger than the mother bird that's feeding them now, because it's a different species.
Yeah.
Anyway, but starlings do things like that too, and so starlings are like evil birds.
Mhm.
And so I think that's why there's the parallel between the broken wing of the starling and Sophia breaking her arm in the same episode, to draw that connection, draw the parallel between the two. And yeah.
Mhm.
And then Ethan was like trying to save it, not realizing. But yeah, now we have the starling that's on the wall of the hotel, of the hospital room. And then let me find the clock. The clock is the same as the one in Henry's house. And the reason why the hallucinations are imitating both Fromville things and things at Henry's house is because this Sophia wants him to believe that not only is his reality in Fromville a lie, but the past 40 years living in Camden by himself without his family are a lie. That all of it is fake. Because in this hallucination, they're telling him that you had some bad acid that put you in this state. So we're supposed to believe, this wants him to believe, that when Miranda brought home the acid that time on his birthday, and they dropped acid under the bottle tree, that he went into this bizarre state, this comatose state, and he's been like this ever since. It's like he wasn't there anymore. And so that explains how we've got Victor here as an adult and not trapped somewhere, and Eloise is alive and on her way there on a plane. So that's a crazy mind fuck. Like a dream within a dream, like you were saying, Karl. Like, this isn't Inception, you know.
Right. Right.
Like a delusion within a delusion.
Yep.
And not only is Fromville a delusion, but his reality in Camden is also a delusion, according to this hallucination. It's not real.
Yeah.
It's not real. Sophia planted the seed in his mind before she did this to him, before she had him drink her blood. She said, "What if it's all just a dream?" And now this hallucination is trying to make him think he's just dreaming and get him to like let go of that reality, that false reality that's not real.
Right.
I mean, do we think it's a coincidence that she said that? What if it's all just a dream, right as she had him drink the blood, and now supposedly he's dreaming all this in a coma? No. And it's not, there's just no way this is another universe that's real. It has all the earmarks of a con, because that's why there's all this stuff in his hospital room that's from Fromville and from his home in Camden, because it's a con. And when he first was woken up by the doctor in last week's episode, she said, "Blink twice if you can hear me." That's what Sophia said to the pastor when she woke him up in episode 1. She woke him up from a comatose state by saying, "Blink twice if you can hear me." Then this doctor says it to Henry in a hallucination created by Sophia. I mean, it's a con. The walls are all yellow. There are runes in the pictures on the wall that look like the talismans. And there are things randomly from his house in Camden in this. There's no way that's all a coincidence. And look at the clock on the wall. I don't know if I have a clear shot of it where it's in focus. Let me see. But I mean, you can see it clearly enough behind Victor. I started with this scene out of order just because it's been bugging me. I just had to get this off my chest first. Okay, yeah, I can't find a shot with it in focus, but it doesn't really matter because you can see what it is. So there it is. It's that 70s style. That's 70s, right, Karl? The clock?
Mm-hmm. Like late 60s, early 70s, yeah.
So now compare that with this.
Oh. Yeah, there it is right there.
It's the same clock
Yeah.
from his house in Camden.
Yeah.
It's a very distinctive clock.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if this is just another universe that he's seeing, why does it have the clock from his house in Camden in his hospital room? It's because this entire thing that he's seeing in the hospital, it's designed to make him think that he dreamed up this entire existence that he's had for the past 40 years, that it's all fake. So this house in Camden where he has this clock is fake. Like, that's not real. That's what this whole thing is designed to make him believe. So it's got components of both his life in Camden and his life in Fromville. Because when you're dreaming, you dream of sometimes random things from your actual reality. So like every now and then he wakes up and he's in the hospital room and he sees these different things around him, like the clock and the starling and like the chair. I'll show that too. The couch with the plaid blanket and the picture with the runes on it. And then he dreams about it in his supposedly comatose state. That's what this is designed to make him believe. That's why these components are in there. So there's the clock. Now let me see. I'll find the couch now. And as much as I'm devastated for poor Henry about this, at the same time, I just have to say what a genius storyline it is. It's brilliant. It's so evil. So I found the couch. Now let's see how closely this compares. There's the couch. Now I know there was a plaid blanket. Let me see. I know there was a plaid blanket. If it's not the same, it's the same style. So we're supposed to get that same feeling from it. And go to that now. I take so many screenshots. I gotta sift through them all. But I remember it was near the end of the episode 7 where that couch was clearly visible. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Oh, yeah, it's the same chair. It's the same fucking chair. I have it right here. Wow. It's even...
The chair matches the couch, right? And then there's the chair right there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the same exact pattern.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even just similar. It's the same chair.
Yeah.
So there's a couch and a chair in Camden. So here it is. Here's the chair.
Yep. That's his chair. That's where he sits.
That's his chair.
That's why that chair is there next to him, because it's something familiar that she's drawing from his memories and making him think that he is, oh, this is all just a dream within a dream,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's designed to make him think that all of this is fake. What a con. I mean, imagine trying to make him believe that not only is Fromville a lie, but the past 40 years of his life since his family disappeared are a lie. But you would want to believe that. The last 40 years have been a nightmare for him. Not literally, but ever since his family disappeared.
Yeah. I've had, I think we both had, what the last, like before we met, the last 10 years weren't so good. We would want them to be a dream too,
Sure. If somebody came to you and said they could just, showed you this perfect existence that you've always wanted, I mean, you'd be so tempted to want to believe it's real too, and want to hold on to it. It's devastatingly sad because he was without his family for 40 years. And he's like, well, the idea that I fried my brain on some bad acid is easier to believe than all of this insanity here about this crazy place. So, yeah, let me go back to, where is it? So now there's here once again the chair in the hospital. It's the same thing, same exact thing. And then over here, it looks like a picture of the whole family, I think. And the only other thing I'll check is his wall of pictures in Camden, and then we'll just go focus just on episode 8 here. But I just had to just do the one-on-one comparison. Okay, so yeah, so I think it's a little hard to see the pictures on his table on his dresser in the hospital, but this picture right here, there are 2 kids in the snow, Victor and Eloise, right there.
Yeah.
And it appears like that exact picture is on his hospital dresser.
Oh, okay.
So that's another item.
Yeah, that looks just like, you're right. That looks just like it.
Yep. So, it's a brilliant, twisted con that they're pulling. Twisted. And then, let me go back to my pictures from episode 8. Let's see. The dresser pictures. I think that was there were like 2 or 3 hallucinations in this one. It was a lot. This was a lengthy episode, 57 minutes long. I was glad. I wish all the episodes would be that long. And of course, that's minus the long opening credits and the closing credits, but we still got quite a bit packed into this thing. I was happy with that. They need to always be an hour long, if you ask me. Okay, so I found the other scene with the dresser here, and yeah, it's the same picture of Victor and Eloise in the snow. So that's another. It's fuzzy, I don't have a clear shot because once you zoom in, you lose all the resolution. But if you look at it, it's got the same outline of the 2 kids.
Yeah, that's that
the same picture. So, yeah. No, I don't know if there are any others. I didn't take a look, see if there were any other pictures from his house. But I think that's enough. We've made our case. We've made a good enough case for this. In fact, actually, behind Henry's head, I think I see another one that's...
Is there anything behind the chairs? The chair in the hospital room? That's what Diana's saying. There's some kind of weird picture behind the chair. So.
Oh. Behind the chair in the hospital room.
I'm assuming it's a hospital, but a picture of him in the chair, there's nothing on the wall, right? At the house? Like, check the hospital bill right now. Because that might be the one that you said you could see runes. Was that one?
Yeah.
Are there runes behind the hospital, Henry's hospital chair?
Yes.
It is? Okay. Right.
Yes. Yeah, I'll put that one up too and just show that real quick. Oh, yeah, I see other pictures from his wall too, or on the dresser. There's one of Victor and Eloise as young children.
Mhm.
Eloise is just a baby. And then I see that one. So if you look at the one that I currently have on the screen, the one in the middle,
Mhm.
you can see the shape of Victor behind in the back, and then that's a baby he's holding. And now I'll flip over to his wall in Camden. There it is. There's Victor and Eloise as a baby.
Mhm.
Right here. It's the same picture.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's the
That's
same
exactly the same picture. Uh huh. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And the one up here with, it looks like Henry wearing a plaid shirt, Miranda, Victor, and Eloise.
Mhm.
That one is also in his hospital room. That one is, it's not on the dresser. It's let me see. Now we're like dissecting the hell out of this one thing, but I can't help it. It's such a genius plot line. It really is. So I'm like obsessed, I guess. But let me see. So that one was, now I'm confusing myself. The first hallucination that showed the hospital room, that's where the other picture is. All right, this is the last thing I'm looking for, and then we'll move on. Okay, yeah, yep, here it is. I found it. So that one that has the whole family. It's blurry, but you could see the whole family there. Keep that in your mind. And
Mhm.
now look at this. It's the same. It's the same one. It's the same one too. It's just from a different angle, so it's a little hard to see,
Mhm.
but it's the same picture. That is the whole family. So all the pictures here are from Henry's wall in
Oh
Camden.
yeah, there he is. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's the same shot.
Mhm. And then what's above the chair? There, anything?
So this one,
Mhm.
I have a better version of that I'll show, because that one is too blurry. But somebody sent me a clear one.
Oh, that picture up there. Huh?
Yeah. So I don't know how they got this,
Mhm.
how they got it so clear, because when I zoom in, I lose all the image resolution.
Right.
But there, look at that. The runes are right here. That's what they were talking about.
Oh yeah, sort of the rune version of those trees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Wow, interesting. Because it's you know who? It's a man in yellow, man in the Sophia, man, yellow, yellow, yellow. You know? Yeah.
Right. Yep. So there you go. Those are all of the things I could find in the hospital room that were from either Fromville or Henry's house in Camden, and obviously we talked about last week how the doctor is a damn lookalike to the ballerina,
Mhm.
and
Not the same actress, but
yeah,
maybe they did that on purpose just to get her, to look just like the ballerina. You know?
oh yeah, you know, she does look an awful lot like the ballerina. Um, she's not the same actress, but I think that it was intentional to cast somebody who looks like her. Um, because look at the parallel between the two storylines. Boyd got the worms. Martin passed his blood to Boyd, and then Boyd had hallucinations and thought maybe he's dreaming all this, and he's actually in a coma somewhere with his family by his bedside. And some of his hallucinations were the ballerina. He saw the ballerina, like, getting in his face and dancing with him. So I think that Martin was the man in yellow now, and
Oh, okay.
passing his blood to Boyd, making him hallucinate. It's the same kind of playbook, but it's a genius scam that she's running right now. Genius. So I don't know why I started with that instead of just going in order, but I guess I was just chomping at the bit to talk about the hospital scene.
Right.
Just, because I think like it's just so important to look at all these clues in context and and not be misled by it.
Right.
Anyway, let me go over to the chat and check in before we move on. Oh, let me put this back up. Because, well, I mean, I could leave this here, but yeah, I'll leave that up for a little longer. Oh, Saggy Star.
Yeah, thank her for. Did you see what she just did?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Saggy Star. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for sharing the link to the Cashapp. Much appreciated. And for all of your other support here, thank you so much. Hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Much appreciated. Since I'm not monetized, it really does help. The donation options, every little bit helps a lot. And in addition to the Cash App and Venmo, I have PayPal now to make it easier for people who don't have those other things. I realized I should have done that a long time ago because apparently PayPal is way more popular than those, and it's international too. So anyway, thank you so much for that. And hope you're doing well tonight. Hope everyone is doing well, having a good start to your week. Hey, Jen, the teacher. So nice to see you. Lovely Jen. Busy Jen. Streaming around the clock. It's just amazing. Just watching Jen just branch out and network, all over the place. I'm amazed by what she's doing. She's a natural at this stuff too. So cool. Jen should have her own channel too. Should consider starting a channel. Let's see. So one big stash, same chair, because the hallucinations are based on the things he's already familiar with. Exactly. And Diana, yes, and what Henry wishes he could have. Absolutely. Saggy says, do y'all think this is the same thing that happened to Boyd's wife? I think it's, yes, similar. Like, not literally she came to town and fed her blood to Abby, but I think the idea that all of this is just a dream was introduced to Abby somehow. There are other ways that the entity can communicate with people through visions, voices, dreams, So I definitely think that she introduced that idea to her and drove her mad. Hey, Smokey. And I think that's a big reason why Boyd is having these visions about Abby right now of all times, because history is about to repeat itself. And the visions are warnings. I think the visions are warnings that Boyd needs to make a big move now because history is going to repeat itself and Henry is going to snap like Abby did. And Boyd can't play it safe anymore. And, except people are going to lose their lives, but more people are going to die, everyone in the end, if he doesn't start taking more risks and accept, he's going to have to lose some people. Hey, officially him, 510. Welcome. Let's see. Please hit that like and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Anybody just joining us? I'm going to look through the chat really quick. One big stash says the nurse is likely the ballerina, a lookalike for some reason, controlled by the man in yellow. Yeah. With the white coat, I'm thinking doctor personally, but same difference. The person you're speaking about, yeah, absolutely. I think they're a lookalike. It's not the same actress, but yeah.
Make us think of that. To make us do exactly what everyone's doing. Is that the same actress? And everybody's looking it up, and so it creates the thought that it's the same person.
Right.
That was the idea. That's why she looks like that. That's why her hair is the way it is. It's for us to it's the clue saying, hey, this is a man in yellow pulling this guy's string. This is this evil place pulling this guy's string. And when you see him do something horrible, is because of all of this manipulation.
Right. Exactly. I bet you that they just couldn't get the same actress.
Yeah,
so
that
they,
might be it. They would have preferred to do that, but maybe there was a scheduling conflict. You know, maybe the Russian ballet was out of town or whatever.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think they hired a lookalike on purpose. Oh fuck it. I'll show an image of the ballerina too. Just to finish this hospital, comparison stuff. And then once we get to that scene, I won't repeat myself and go through the whole thing again. I'll just discuss what they said in the scene, but I won't go find all the pictures again because that'll take too long. Pas de deux was the episode. And we find our ballerina, just so you see them side by side. So here's one of her.
That's what Michelle Michael says, that the ballerina is a real ballerina. She's not an actor. So that may be right there. Maybe she's hooked on with some, where do ballerinas, is it opera houses or who do they contract with? I forget. Anyways, they might be with with a troupe, a ballerina troupe, right? They're called a troupe.
Right.
So maybe she's, that's why they couldn't get her, because she's off, dancing and prancing somewhere,
Right. Yeah. I think they just couldn't get the same woman, the same actress. So they did what they could, and they want us to think it's the same. So yeah, just to compare, here's the doctor again. There she is, and so very similar features, similar mouth, nose, face shape, hair, and then you get the best image I have of her, which was when she got right in Boyd's face in the church, and showed him her mouth full of nasty worms. Well, I mean, actually, the one I just showed was probably better because it's a normal facial expression. But there she is again. And yeah, they want us to think of the ballerina. No question. No question in my mind. And compare her face. I think the biggest difference is the eye color. But these are, it's the same reason why they put something with runes on it on the wall from the talismans. Elements of Fromville incorporated into this, as if to try to make Henry believe this is the real reality, and he's incorporating elements of both Fromville and Camden into this dream world that they want him to think it is. But yeah, there she is. Really similar look. Right here. Here she is. So let's see. Hey Damon, that old man is going to mess everything up. Probably. Straight Edge says, you guys think Tabby is actually going to tell people about the man in yellow, or is she going to go, no, I can't. Stay tuned to find out.
That's probably what she's going to do.
Probably. Yeah, she probably is. Where is Miranda in this fantasy? I wondered that too, Michelle. That's a good question. Where is it? Where is she? That is. I think you think she'll show up next? I think
she'll roll up in her AMC Hornet Dodge
Right?
Some form of stationing.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, where is she? You know, did they ever discuss Miranda and where the hell she is? Victor, grandson, said Eloise is in flight headed there. Yeah. They haven't mentioned her yet. But I think they probably will to make, I mean, why not? To make this fake reality as tempting as possible to get him there. Why? I mean, you gotta have Miranda there. So I think that's coming. That'll be next. And
Did you finish this? Did you finish with that?
I think so. Yep.
There's only one little morsel left.
Hmm.
Or that's done.
No, I'm done. Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss, Faith. I'm so sorry. That's devastating. My heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry for the loss of your dad. I lost mine a year ago, and you know, there are no words for that kind of loss. It's yeah.
Talking about a four-legged friend.
No, her dad. She lost her dad. Yeah, they are with us still, and we are made of the best parts of them. It's a beautiful way to put it. I agree. And thank you so much, Miss Joan. Thank you for the support there. Appreciate that. And for sharing the Discord link. Michelle says fake grandson looks like Henry to me. Yeah, I think yeah, there's definitely a resemblance. He kind of, you know, if anything, they try to make him look like both Henry and Miranda, right? So yeah, like a combination of his family members, and of course Victor. And let's see.
You saying the grandson?
Yeah. Someone said that they think Henry. I mean, the grandson looks like Henry.
It's a good casting.
Very good casting. Hey, a lazy fool. Welcome. Using those three colors, blue, that's blue, yellow, and red, reminds me of a kid's coloring with those crayons you get at a diner in those little boxes. Oh, I remember those. I loved that. Yeah. I always
color the
placemat.
Placemat, yeah.
I always loved coloring the placemats at the restaurant. Hey, Shaquay. Nice to see you. Welcome. Starlings are assholes. Yes, Darrell. Yes, they are. And yes, Taito, it has been confirmed by the writers that it's not a dream and it's not purgatory. They didn't say it's not a coma, but I mean, if they're in a coma, it would basically be a dream, right? So I think coma needs to be out as well. Starlings are a bad omen and Stephen King's The Dark Side. Oh, interesting, Jane. Two ancient looking prints on the walls at Henry's fake hospital room, right, Diana? Okay, Levy says, I worked in memory units. They allow furniture and whatever the children want to help ground the patient to reality. Alzheimer's homes and dementia homes. So they're using things to try to ground them to reality. So that's what they're trying to do with Henry. Makes sense. Twilight says, I found it intentional that they kept cutting between Boyd and Henry, or vice versa, and Boyd kept seeing visions related to Abby and people dying. Maybe Abby is trying to warn him about Henry. Yeah. I think Abby, the boy in white, yes, this is exactly what I've been thinking, that it is a warning. Cutting between Boyd and Henry and Boyd's visions and people dying. Absolutely. I think that's happening for sure. It's a warning. Taito says someone should set new people down and explain that this place can make you hallucinate. Like, why hasn't Henry been informed of this? Seriously, like they definitely should have like a Fromville orientation. Like, hey, welcome to Fromville. These are all the crazy shit, all the crazy things you could see, and much more. But like, this is what you can expect. Hey, Peter, welcome. Everyone in the town is fucked. Yeah, it kind of looks that way right now. One Big Stash says the hallucinations are based on things he's already familiar with. That's why everything looks the same. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, I think that the evil entity, can kind of read minds, and she's making Henry hallucinate things that are part of his real home in Camden. It's the same way that the haunted camera showed it spat out a Polaroid of Boyd's house, because I think the evil entity can read their minds, and it knew what Boyd's house looked like. So Sophia knows what Henry's house looked like in Camden. That's why there are exact copies of things from his Camden house in the hallucination. And also, it could just be like, okay, I'm going to make you hallucinate, and his brain naturally fills in things that are from his real home. Yeah, it was so sad. He wanted to go back when the vision went away. Darrell, that was devastating. And he was crying and pleading for it to come back. Gosh, yeah. Horrible. Very evil storyline indeed. But it's so well written that I can't help but be like excited by it at the same time. Just because it's so well done. It's brilliant. Yes, Aggie, at least we're getting more answers. Still don't like how he responds to Eloise when they say her name and how he doesn't really talk about her. I still feel suspect about that. Right.
Henry doesn't talk about it?
Yeah. Henry doesn't talk a lot about Eloise. That's true. But yeah, I think it's just painful for him, so he'd rather avoid. A lot of people practice avoidance to survive, Diana says, look at the prints behind those plaid chairs. One is some kind of demon god or something, and the other is a print of a couple dancing around what looks like a fire. Right. Yeah, so that's this. It does look like these two are at the bottom here are dancing around a fire. Yep, I see a fire. And yeah, this thing looks like some kind of demon god. Looks like maybe horns on its head. Absolutely, I see it. It's creepy as fuck. It's creepy as fuck.
Maybe the top one is the man in yellow or whatever, or whoever it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the bottom two, because it's like a man and a woman, is Jade and Tabitha.
Yes, that's perfect. So the man in yellow entity is the one on top, and then Jade and Tabitha are represented by those two underneath, getting reincarnated over and over again. That's it. Karl just nailed it. That's what they represent. Let's see. So RCO thinks Henry will be able to kill Victor. He will turn the gun on himself. Oh my god. That would be too brutal. I can't take it. Darrell says, we made our case. All rise. We find the man in yellow guilty of blood poisoning and messing with Henry's mind. Exactly. Yes. Oh my god. Darrell thinks Eloise will save Victor from Henry. That would be pretty epic. If this horrible thing has to happen, at least bring us Eloise in the process. Twilight says, I feel like it was intentional that they kept cutting from Boyd to Henry. Oh, I said that already. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I like accidentally highlight the same comment again. But yes, again, I agree with that. I think Man in Yellow was Martin, and that he was subdued by the worm so that he couldn't break the chains. Yes, 100%. I agree. I think that Martin was the Man in Yellow. That I agree with that. Yep. And yeah, and maybe he was subdued by the worms, indeed, like so that he was stuck in there and needed to be freed. That's a really interesting idea. And Darrell thinks that Martin was just Martin, that he couldn't die. But I've just never believed that. I've never believed that Martin was really still alive in there. I always thought he was part of the evil entity. Twilight says maybe that's why Sophia seemed scared to touch the music box. She looked at that ballerina funny. She looked at it weird. It's interesting. Yeah, maybe that entity was stuck in there and needed to be freed at that time. And it could still affect Fromville remotely, spiritually tormenting them, but physically couldn't leave there. Twilight says, I didn't think he was the man in yellow at first, but Sarah mentions the voices saying they are trapped and wanted to go home, season 1. At the end of 2, she said they were laughing because Boyd set them free. Right. She said, it's laughing at you for bringing it to town. So, yeah, it could be that was the man in yellow entity stuck there. David Agil says, Henry's illusion behaves exactly like a daydream structured by the man in yellow with yellow walls and pulling from Henry's subconscious with artwork, pictures, and sun clock. But does he snap back to reality? Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, he likes his fantasy life better than his real one, which is really sad, Diana. And Damon, yeah, I'm going to miss this show so much when it finishes. It's easily my favorite show. And yeah, Darrell, this is... and thank you for the condolences. Appreciate that, Darrell. And this is weird. There was this continuity error that's bugging me. And there was the same issue in season 3. Victor said he saw the boy in white for the first time after the massacre. But at this point, Victor remembers he saw the boy in white when he spoke to Christopher. Yeah, so which is it? Like, he keeps fucking up.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's off. Yeah.
He keeps fucking up the timing of when he first saw the boy in white. In season 1, he said that he first saw the boy in white after the 2 cars came. So I took that to mean shortly after the 2 cars arrived, he saw the boy in white, just like Ethan first saw the boy in white shortly after he arrived in one of those 2 cars. So, it makes sense. Ethan is like the new Victor. He was chosen like Victor. And then in season 3, though, Victor said that he first saw the boy in white after everybody died. I believe he said that in season 3, and I was like, what? That doesn't fit. That doesn't fit what he said before. Then he said, oh, wait, I saw the boy in white talking to Christopher. I thought it was Jasper. No, wait, it was Christopher. It was boy in white, not Jasper the dummy. And now he's back to saying that he first saw the boy in white after the massacre. So he's all over the place. And thank you for the condolences to Diana. He's all over the place with when he first saw the boy in white. So it's kind of a problem that he's still screwing up. I don't like that they're doing this. That he's still making mistakes with his memories, because he's offering us big answers right now through his memories, and we need to be able to start relying on him. But he's still an unreliable narrator. I don't know. I don't think it was a continuity error, because that would be a really big error for the writers to make. I think they're trying to portray Victor as an unreliable narrator. What do you think, Karl?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing.
So it's intentional.
He's all over the place. Yeah.
It's got to be. Okay.
But it's obviously going to come into play later when all the timelines are rectified,
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's great, Diana. Not allowing life to break you. Like Boyd, that's how you have to be in life. Anger sometimes is the beginning of healing after a big loss. Absolutely. Acceptance comes eventually, but they are always with you always in a different way. Very true, Diana. Very, very true. So Damon says, I think Boyd's son's girlfriend will control the monster and save them in the end. You think Fatima will save them? Yeah, maybe so. I think she's going to save some people for sure. Okay. Yes, Darrell, the anchor is 100% Victor. Yeah, absolutely. Chili thinks his anchor is Tabitha. Let's see. One Big Stash says Fatima's going to turn into the colonial monster they promised us. Oh, man. Darrell says, Julie, that's my uncle on the wall, and you're calling him creepy as fuck. Not cool. One Big Stash says, I think the anchor is himself, and the man in yellow wants him to eliminate himself. He's going to be the one to jump from Colony House roof, and that's going to drive Victor crazy. I don't know.
I think so too. I think maybe it's going to be Victor and Henry on the roof in that moment, and he's going to try and take Victor with him or something. He's going to try and take his anchor with him. Whoever he figures out is his anchor, which I'm sure is Victor. I bet he's going to be on the roof and try and jump off. Because why would they mention that roof story?
Right.
And then maybe something up there happens that prevents him from taking Victor, but then he falls off or something, you know? Like, oh my God, there's Eloise. Whoops, splat. You know? something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see something like that. I think they definitely were trying to foreshadow someone jumping from the roof, and the logical choice is Henry.
Maybe Don was up there and like, oh, I'm Eloise. What? Splat. Or
Yeah.
Abby or something. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. But then again, I just, after seeing that hallucination of Boyd's, got so many hallucinations happening with everybody dead of gunshot wounds. It just made me think, oh shit, Henry is gonna go on a rampage with the gun and shoot people or try to shoot Victor. I'm back now. I'm thinking it might be the gun. I go back and forth. Stronger says maybe Man in Yellow, Tabby, and Jade were all friends, but then Man in Yellow went dark all those years ago. Oh, could be. It could be. I'm still
like the storyline of the Fantastic Four, right? They were all friends with Victor Von Doom, and then he turned bad.
right.
They got struck by cosmic rays and got reincarnated, and he didn't. He went bad.
Oh, okay. Okay. One Big Stash says if he was subdued by the worms, and I believe him when he said there's worse out there, and I also believe him that freeing the children will unlock an even worse suffering. Well, I do believe that it will unlock a worse suffering because there will be hell to pay for getting closer to escaping. He will make them suffer more. So I think that's a threat he's going to make good on. So Straight Edge says, but the Man in Yellow ate the Miranda Cycle townspeople. They were all dead, so there was no one left to trap him in the dungeon. Yeah, that's the thing. That's what gets me. Like, how would he have been trapped? How did the cicada entity get trapped? At the very least, there was some evil entity that got trapped because it was laughing at Boyd for bringing it to town. Sarah heard it laughing in her head. And we know that the Man in Yellow creates some of the voices in Sarah's head. Well, Sarah heard voices and said, it's laughing at you for bringing it to town. So that makes me think that it was the Man in Yellow entity somehow unable to come to town. Like somehow it got stuck. And if it wasn't that, then it was some lesser evil entity that was stuck there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it worked, but there's something there. David says Martin had to be the Man in Yellow because Boyd traveled to the past, and whoever was there shouldn't have known about Abby. Right. I agree. They shouldn't have known about Abby. And I do think he traveled to the past as well. So Straight Edge thinks Martin was just Martin. Yeah, can never be his own man. Poor Martin. He's the Man in Yellow. He's Henry. He's Boyd. He's Randall. So many people. It's a little Martin in all of us. Lady says Martin and Iron Abbey both said the same thing that Sophia said to Henry. Have you ever thought that this was all a dream? Indicates that Martin was Man in Yellow to me. Yes, agree. Okay, so David doesn't think that. So David says, I don't believe Christopher spoke to Boy and White or Jasper. I have always believed Boy and White was an illusion in that flashback, and Christopher was talking directly to Victor all along. I guess that's possible. I mean, Victor. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know. To me, it just makes sense that he had to be talking to the Boy in White. Who told Christopher in that flashback to go to the bottle tree and save the children? And then Victor overheard it and then went and told his mother. So I don't know. I think it had to be. Hey there, All Things Ruthless. Good evening to you too. Thank you so much. Please hit the like. Anybody new joining us, and consider subscribing. Hoping to reach 3,000 subs sometime this year. And we do the lives every Monday night for From, breaking down each episode. And I'm going to try my best to actually do a second live stream this week and fit in a stream Friday night at, I'm thinking probably 10 p.m. Eastern Friday, to talk theories and predictions.
Well, let some of you know that you hit your 2,500 goal, and now you're obviously the ultimate goal is 1 million, right? You're saying 3,000. Let's let's celebrate your 2,500, and let's get to 2,600.
Yeah. So just during this live stream, I did hit the 2,500 goal. Then that was the next little landmark. So we're getting there bit by bit. Darrell says it was a continuity error because at that point he remembers he saw the Boy in White talk to Christopher. It happens. In season 3, they made a continuity error with dialogue too. They said Cautry saying Boyd has been there for 1.5 years when it was 2 years. This is a bigger one though. This is a much bigger one. Lady says Boyd saw his son inviting him to go on a boat ride at first when he met Martin, similar to Henry seeing Victor in the hospital. I thought of that too. That's right. He saw a hallucination. The only difference is Boyd saw the hallucination before he got the blood in his body from Martin. So he didn't have that in him yet. But he was in a dream state, so there could be other, ways of messing with him that way. Did Martin Man in Yellow give Boyd that vision, but Julie distracted him? Yeah, Boyd like snapped out of it and didn't listen to that Ellis vision talking to him. Greedy God says, damn, if Henry has a goal of killing Victor, did Tabitha have a goal of shooting Ellis? Shooting Ellis? Wait, why would that be? I don't know. I'm missing the point on that one.
Maybe Abby instead of Tabitha?
Yeah.
Confuse Abby for Tabitha?
Yeah. Must be Abby. Must be. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I think, it probably happened the same way. Darrell says, I believe Abby was affected by the Man in Yellow into thinking it's a dream too. Yes, I think she was. So Diana keeps thinking the Man in Yellow began as a creature who swayed or mesmerized a village to the dark side. There are so many allusions to religion. There are a lot. So that's a great theory, Diana. So Straight Edge points out that Abby was dead. The souls stay there, so all these people know each other. Abby may have just appeared and had a chat with old Martin, not like Martin had anything else on his schedule. Good point. Could be. And thanks, Damon. So let's move on to breaking down more scenes. And hey, MG. I think Abby was peculiarly susceptible to the manipulation on account of meal and theory. Yes. All right. So let's get into more scenes. We've got a lot more to cover. Okay, so am I in the right? This tab is the right one. So let's go to the start of the episode. So Heavy is the head. So Heavy is the head, obviously, that's a misquotation from Shakespeare. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown from Hamlet. And
Horatio, I knew thee well.
right. So we got old Roger here, and Boyd, Donna, and Acosta are examining the body. He's now died again, and I like that Boyd is. I can't believe I'm saying this because I never liked Acosta before, but I like that Boyd is including Acosta, allowing her to participate now as sort of a member of his police force, if you will. She wants to help. She needs to feel useful. She was wanting to end her own life. I think this is a good thing that he's allowing her this, and like she's proving that she has a lot of good in her, and she never wanted to hurt anybody. It was a tragic accident that she shot that woman. So I just liked this. So they're like, are we sure he's really dead this time? And Donna explains that it would have been a lot worse if it wasn't for Elgin. And Boyd's like, Elgin? As if that's the craziest thing to him, that Elgin was actually helpful, because Elgin is another one who's not exactly been that useful. And Donna mentions that Steve got pretty banged up. So that red shirt got a name, the guy who rang the bell. So Steve is okay. We never saw what happened to Steve. Roger was like dragging him down the stairs. And I believe that he was panicking. He was panicking and like grabbing at him for help, but he wound up hurting the guy. But then if he really wanted to hurt and kill people, I just wonder, why didn't he kill Steve? He had the opportunity, but all he did was get banged up. And then Roger went towards Patty, left Steve alone, went towards Patty, and Elgin killed him again. And Patty's like, Elgin's the one who stabbed it. I mean, him. So like Patty is still not sure if it was really Roger or not. She's still not sure, and I think that was the intention. Sophia wanted them to question this and to always be uneasy and wondering, like, is this was Roger just looking for help? Was he still in there? Now they'll never know for sure. And I think that's by design. Sophia wanted to torment them with this and force them to kill one of their own people. And then of course Sophia pops in and is looking on like this doe-eyed observer, knowing damn well what's going on. She comes in and she's like, did the totems work? She wants to know if those worked. She said, she brings this up within earshot of a bunch of people, just to stoke more problems. Like, hey, did the totems work? You said you were going to try to use them on one of those other things. And Boyd says, no, it didn't work. Again, stoking problems. Now, people might ask questions about that. Like, hey, what, you tried to use these on the other monsters and it didn't work? Just making them even more hopeless. And here it is. This is when they tear themselves apart. She's seeing it happening in the background. And you hear a couple arguing, two red shirts arguing. The woman is like, we're not safe. Like, don't tell me to calm down. We aren't safe. And Donna tells them, take it outside. So Donna says, I don't know why I'm missing a few screenshots, but Donna says, they're just now figuring out that the talismans don't protect them from everything. They're just realizing that. So that sucks. Like they're going to be a lot more fearful now. Like no more of this twisted paradise they once had, where if they just followed the rules and stayed in after dark, just get home by sunset. You get all the food you can eat, no bills, no rent, no job, perennial summer it used to be, and now it's just never going to be the same again. So Boyd says burn the body, and I think that's a good call. So finally we saw what body they were burning. That was also in the critics trailer. The burning body in the front of Colony House. Definitely don't want Roger coming to life again. You can't be sure. I don't think it would have happened, but they can't be sure. Who knows? Maybe Sophia could have resurrected him again. I still say that not enough came out of that to make it a satisfying payoff. I was hoping that in this episode, some people would have been questioning whether or not Roger was still Roger and just needed their help, and fighting over it. And then it would have felt like, okay, she achieved what she wanted. She got them feeling guilty and tormenting themselves about what happened to Roger. But it's just like an afterthought. They just move on, and it seems like that's just going to be the end of that now. Up in Fatima's room, she explains that she was seeing through Smiley's eyes. She tells Boyd that she knows she was the reason that Smiley didn't kill Kenny. And after she connected with it, she says she felt something cold inside her. Something went cold. And then this morning, she saw these blue veins all over her stomach, which looked just like the monsters. And that's what they have when you see them in their relaxed, natural state, when they're not all glamored up as normal people. That's what they look like. So that is a twist I did not see coming. So I did not get spoiled by the MGM Instagram page. Don't follow MGM on Instagram or on socials, because they will spoil things like this. This was a cool surprise. Again, a very well-written, interesting twist. I mean, it's a horrible thing happening to her, but I have to say, I'm intrigued to see where this goes. And what a great cold open that was. So, where is that going? I mean, that's alarming. She's back on my death list. I don't see her coming out of this, but David thinks Fatima will return to normal. Okay. After they deal with the Gollum and Smiley connection. Darrell says that shot of Fatima showing her belly. Yeah, that's what they showed on Instagram. Idiots. And she, welcome to Fromville. Normal rules don't apply. If you go out at night, odds are you gonna die. Oh, yeah. Poor Roger, they had to rip his jaw apart just so he could scream. I know, I felt so bad, Diana. Darrell thinks Fatima is not dying. You'll see, episode 8 is too late to bring in this story for her to die as a result of this. I see right through it. Well, what do you think, Karl? Do you think she survives this?
Fatima?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that maybe the Golem will eliminate Smiley somehow, or something like that, or Smiley becomes the Golem. Some storyline like that, and then that connection might be broken, and she can kind of revert back to normal. Okay. I don't see her. You see her turn into a monster? She becomes the kimono lady or something. I mean,
I
think
you
see that? Yeah.
I think the more she uses her new power, she's going to shrivel up inside and probably turn into some type of nightmare creature. That's what I'm thinking right now. I think I've always thought she got off a bit too easy, surviving what happened to her in season 3. It seemed impossible that she actually survived it. But now I see where they were going with it. They're developing a really interesting. I've got to say, like, I like the interesting direction they're taking. The golem is it? How do you pronounce it? Is it golem or?
I think it's kind of either or.
Yeah.
I just always say golem.
Yeah. And there's that storyline. Now we have this. We have the Smiley vision. So I've got to say that I didn't like all the focus on the monster pregnancy, but it's paying off in interesting ways that I wouldn't have expected. Let's see. Roger a monster. Yeah. Karl, I see this in the chat, Karl. Karl says, yes, don't tell Julie. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we disagree on that. Agree to disagree. Diana says, poor Roger was confused and terrified. That's what I think, too. Darrell says, Roger was still Roger. That's even worse than being a monster. Yeah. That's even worse what happened to him. Roger Stein, A Nightmare Before Christmas. Tilchin is the most likable kidnapper I have ever seen. That's true, Darrell. So David says the way he was growling at the end and his teeth changing, I think he was becoming a doll. And the other dolls were likely previous people as well. I don't think they needed to be previous people, though. I think they came just from that nightmare. They materialized out of thin air. Like they not out of thin air. They came out of the lake. Those 3 dolls were thrown into the lake. They were Tabitha's dolls. And then I think those exact dolls turned into those monsters that they, became gigantic and came out of the lake. Roger got 2 deaths at a burning ceremony. Poor Tilly. He's right, Bill. And meanwhile, like, everyone's just forgotten Tilly. Let's see. Clive Roger's finally gone. Yeah, let's hope he's really gone this time. Yeah, the Acosta hate posts seem to be gone, Darrell. Diana likes her a lot also. Yeah, I like her a lot better now. Just like Hollywood putting down the strong female character. That's true, Bill. Elgin has been very useful. Saved Ellis, told them about the nursery rhyme, and came up with the bile bullets idea. Well, the bile bullets were a nothing burger, but the other things were useful. That's true, Darrell. So okay, from there, oh, hey, Choco Beauty. Welcome. Nice to see you. It's been a while. I remember you from way back in the day, from when I started the channel. She came to the lives. Hope you're doing well. So now we have Ethan becoming a mini Victor. I would have thought this would have happened a while ago, really, with Ethan being the new Victor, the boy in white choosing him like he chose Victor. I always thought Ethan should have been drawing pictures. And now he's doing it. He's drawing these pictures. And he's got a totally different style than Victor does. A little bit, I'd say a little bit better. I mean, they're both really poorly done, but, very childlike, but they're a little better than Victor's. They've got a little more personality and pizzazz, I guess. And poor Ethan, now he thinks he's going to be the only survivor because of Victor. Ethan says, Victor always said that the pictures remember. And there's Tian Chen and Kenny. He said, Victor always said that the pictures remember. When everyone dies and I'm by myself, I don't want to forget everyone. That's awful. Tabitha tells him what happened to him was awful. Victor, that is. But it doesn't mean it'll happen to him. Ethan's like, oh, he said I need to be prepared. I'm getting prepared. It's awful. And he's very calm and collected about it. He's so serious for a little kid. And we have to remember that in the world of the show, only about a month has passed since the Matthews got there. So he's still supposed to be like that tiny little child from season 1. And yet he's so chill about all this. And there's Jade with the crazy hair, Dad, Mom, Julie, Donna, and Colony House. Who is that back there? What is that bald guy?
I don't know.
Yeah, who?
So there's Jade. There's Donna. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who that bald guy is. And I can't read what the name is on that picture.
Can you see what the first letter is?
It looks like R.
Who starts with an R there, anyway?
Nobody that I could think of. Like his rendering of Jade is funny. It's like the crazy man. Anyway, doesn't matter. But so
Oh, yeah, big stash. How about Randall? Is it the beginning of Randall?
oh,
Randall.
it's Randall. Yeah.
Does he have a scar as well?
Yep. It's Randall. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, so Ethan is I think destined to be the sole survivor if they fail this time. Just like Victor. I've always believed that it wasn't a mistake that Victor survived, that in every cycle there's been one left to kind of tell the tale and scare people into not going out and looking for answers. And that's what Victor has always done. And just he wanted to protect everyone. People who go looking for answers don't come back. He would tell people and stop asking so many questions because of his trauma. It makes him a useful tool of the evil entity, an unwitting, useful tool. So I think that's a big reason why Victor was allowed to be alive. I think every cycle leaves a lone child survivor. But I don't believe it's going to happen this time. And so up at Colony House, just a very brief scene with Ellis and Fatima heading out. And Boyd's starting to kind of space out already. He was really tripping in this episode. And at the bar, they don't usually do this. We had a scene cut where Boyd was there in this scene at Colony House, and then we cut to the bar, and Boyd is there too. Kind of weird editing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I liked his reaction to Jade's model. Like, it's like, what am I looking at here? Just like a clusterfuck. Jade says it's a model of the tunnels. And Boyd has the same question as Kenny. Why is having a model better than drawing a map? Yeah. Also, if they needed to take this with them, this thing isn't portable. But Jade's got to be the weird, wacky genius. Always. Mad scientist type. I love that. He's got a whole bunch of weird, random, like wires, cables, bowls, pots, whatever he could find. And he's like, I put a lot of work into this, as if his feelings were hurt. Boyd says, it's not a fucking science fair, Jade. Jade says he's got a few scenarios rated on safety and complexity, and like, what do you want to hear about first? But Boyd zeroes in on the big problem right away. He notices that there's only one way in or out of the chamber where the bones are buried. So in the army, he says, we don't have a plan, because in the army they call this a shooting gallery. They'd be fish in a barrel in there. Even if they get in there without waking up the monsters, if they wake up while they're inside, then they're screwed. So yeah, he's right about that, but he's got to accept that he's not going to save everybody. It's like the waitress monster told him when she made him choose between Randall or the people in the ambulance that night, saving them. She said, she held out the keys and she said, "You can't save them all." That was actually true. She may have been taunting him, but in the end, he's not going to be able to save them all. He's going to have to accept that, like Father Kotri, Ghost Kotri said. So he said that we need to do better. Jade's like, how? He says, I don't know. I'm not the fucking genius. Figure it out. I like Jade's reaction to it, which was like, sure, while I'm at it, why don't I just build a fucking hot air balloon and fly us all out of here? Always with the witty one-liners. So Boyd is like, good, you do that, and he leaves, and Jade has his hissy fit. Everybody fighting in this episode. Everybody butting heads. Kenny runs after Boyd. You didn't even listen to what he had to say. And Boyd says, like, I didn't need to. Never go into a hostile space without a secondary exit. And so he does say, well, maybe we could go on a scouting mission. Take one or two people down there and see if there's something they missed in that chamber before they go down to dig up the bones. And he's like, if we're going to do this, we have to do it right. I'm not going to lead people down there, and I can't. And then he's interrupted by the sound of hallucinated gunshots. His head whips around like, what the fuck? And Kenny's wondering what it was, and he just plays it off like it's nothing. He asks if he's okay. He's, no, it's Fatima. Kenny asks if Fatima's okay because Boyd's like, I gotta go meet Ellis and Fatima at the clinic. So he takes off. Now, this has been going on all season long, and I really feel that Boyd's hallucinations are a potential warning that history is going to repeat itself with Henry, potentially shooting up the place like Abby, and also just warning him that things are getting a lot worse now, and he can't just be complacent and expect to be able to save everyone. I don't know, like, while it seems like a bad entity is tormenting him with this stuff, it could be a warning. It could actually be a warning. I mean, it's a tough call, because you could say, okay, it's the evil entity tormenting him so that he'll falter as a leader. He can't be an effective leader if he is getting tripped up by these hallucinations all the time. But you could look at it as these may be warnings, given the timing of it. But yeah, this is very bad timing for him to falter as a leader too. It's definitely not helping him. And of course, Henry with his hallucinations also tripping really bad. He comes down to the diner and asks Bacta if he can help out, because he's been drinking too much. He was very forthright about that. He's been drinking, and he feels like if he has something to do, maybe it'll help. She says that he can help her with lunch. It's just so sad. And then all of a sudden, the jukebox turns on, playing Blue by Joni Mitchell, which is Henry's song with his wife. Also, Tabitha and Jim's song. And of course, he has a weird flashback because he remembers that trippy moment back in Camden in the car with Tabitha when it tripped her out because it started playing on the radio, and he said, "Oh, it does that sometimes." That tape's been stuck in there for years because that was his song with his wife. Bacta said something similar, just like, "Oh, you'll get used to that," about the radio, the jukebox, I mean. And so obviously this is like fortuitous for Sophia trying to drive him insane that he happened to have this tape in Camden that was stuck in his car playing his song with his wife, and he remembers that now, and it just adds to his surreal feelings. And this was something that made people wonder, because it's so odd and so similar to Fromville, that the way the jukebox turns on, and it's the same song as Tabitha and Jim, their couple song. It made people wonder if Camden was real or if this was just a level 2 of Fromville. And I mean, I firmly believe that Camden was real. It was trippy just because Tabitha was reincarnated from Miranda, and she has the same song as Henry and Miranda because of that. In every lifetime, she loves that song.
In the 1880s, did she love that song?
Well, no, not every lifetime, but since that song came out, and that moment, actually, that was one of the things that made me first believe that she might be reincarnated from Miranda. When
they had the same song.
They had the same song, and then she found the bracelet in the glove compartment, the same bracelet she made for Jim. And the way that Henry doted on her like a husband instinctively, all of that together made me start to ponder it. And I put that in my video for that episode breakdown back then for episode 3, season 3. And then, like, by the middle of the season, I committed to the theory. As soon as I saw her as a little girl in that dream, dressed in colonial clothes, in that place, that was it for me. But she didn't quite have it yet. Now the little girl
she peeks around that tree and is like, "Whoa, what's that caterpillar in your face, girl?"
Yeah. The little girl has gotten a little older, and now she's kind of got a unibrow growing. Yeah, she's approaching her tweens. That's what happens sometimes.
She's approaching full brow status.
Yeah. So once I saw that dream, she had that dream and she's in colonial looking clothes as a little girl, and I put it together with the other clues leading up to that. That's when I put out my video saying I think Tabitha and Jade are both reincarnated over and over again. And it came true. It wound up being right. And I still love that, that it turned out that way, not just to be right, but I think it's a cool storyline. But at the time, not everybody was crazy about it. The reincarnation idea, one person told me it was boring. Like, it's a boring idea for them to have been reincarnated.
Like unimaginative or something?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know what they meant by boring, but
yeah,
I think it's cool. And not many shows and movies feature reincarnation, at least not that I've seen or heard of.
Right.
It's not done to death like a lot of things.
Alrighty here. Yeah, that was clearly established by same song kind of status. The whole reincarnation. All right, let's see. Let's dip into the chat, shall we? Let's see if any of you guys agree with this. That obviously Fatima gave birth to Smiley, which means she technically sacrificed her own child, which means she will become a monster. Maybe. But then I thought the storyline was that she couldn't have kids. So did she like get healed in Fromville and then her child got sacrificed inside of her? That seemed kind of odd, like a double negative, huh? You couldn't have kids, but now you can't have kids, and guess what? Now your kid is a monster. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Uh, let's see. When you do a close up, David says, when you do a close up of the doll, it's like a human face trapped inside. Which doll? The dolls?
Oh.
It's an interesting idea. When are these comments from? Oh, not that long ago. Okay. Yeah, Darrell says that obviously football. Sorry, I'm doing it backwards. Football Infinity says Roger was a monster, by the way, just so you know.
Of course.
And then, well, you know, the if you know, you know what I'm saying. The true ones know. Darrell says no, he wasn't Finity. He was a human being. Well, we know we love Darrell, but he's, you know, he's got some obsessions, right? Darrell likes who? The murderous Sarah, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Greedy God says that Tilly was 100% the man in yellow. Do you agree with that?
I don't think so, but that's an interesting theory. You never know.
Mhm.
Like, that would be a cool twist. If that
I mean, if that was the case, the man in yellow really likes rain. Remember?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Really likes rain and doesn't like morphine anymore, I guess.
Right.
David said, Elgin, I have been backing him up from day one, and he will be proven right. Smiley will be their savior when Fatima controls him in the tunnels. Elgin equals Archangel Michael. Whoa, let's get in esoteric. Then who's Lucifer in that scenario? The man in yellow. Shall Lucifer be subjugated?
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, then that means the man in yellow was once a force of good, and then fell. You know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Fallen angel.
Yeah. All right, I'm getting lost here. I need to give it back to the master. Hold on.
I don't know how you got the touchscreen to work.
Try touching it.
I thought the touchscreen didn't work anymore. I literally thought the touchscreen didn't work anymore, and Karl is just using it like no problem. What the hell? Luncher.
It's the magic touch.
I guess so. Like, Karl brought the touchscreen of my Chromebook back to life.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's not talk about other things that my touch has brought back to life, Julie. It's a family show.
God. Luncher. Hey, Luncher says the Roger the type of dude to rip his own face off simply because he's confused. That's hilarious. That was pretty bizarre. Like, why would you do that? Oh my god. So Damon thinks Julie won't survive. Oh. Wow. Let's see. So One Big Stash says there's no way that Fatima doesn't become undead. She may be able to control it somehow, but she's most definitely going to be going to the cave dweller side. Ooh. I think that would be so dark. I think
she's in there with him now.
I think they should do it. I think that the show needs something that dark to happen. imagine how horrible it would be to see Fatima become one of the monsters, and like she is outside. Like that's what we were contemplating in season 3 when some people thought she was turning into a monster rather than pregnant with one.
Right.
Like she's turning into one, and then she's gonna be outside. Ellis's dumb ass will want to let her in.
Right.
Like, but now it could actually happen. Those theories can come back now. Football says Tabitha was a kid in the town at one point. Maybe Man in Yellow befriended her, and Jade brought the dolls to life for her revenge of the guy. For her revenge of the guy throwing them. Yeah, that could be.
Like Jade is some kind of warlock or something at that moment.
Or maybe he's saying like befriended her.
Manifestation kind of thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then, brought the dolls to life to take revenge on behalf of Tabitha for the guy throwing them. Like the Man in Yellow did that for her. I could see that maybe. Because he kind of has a liking for her, took a liking to her. She was a child there at some point. She was. I'm not sure exactly when. Like, it would be weird if she were reincarnated there as a child in one of the cycles. A child isn't going to be able to do much to stop all of this. So MG thinks Victor is an anomaly that is helping this cycle win because they get a cheat sheet from the previous cycle. Victor hasn't mentioned anyone having survived from the previous cycle. True, but Victor hasn't mentioned a lot of things. Victor is a walking enigma. It's a walking question mark. So who knows what he's holding back and what he's suppressed. Hey there, Esriam. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but thank you so much. I'm hanging in there, Thank you. Day by day, just fighting this battle every day. And it's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well too. Hey there, One Black Panther. Straight Edge says Tabby escaping to the real world seems so random now. It feels so forgotten about. The writers have said it was a story beat they had planned for later, but did a last second pivot. Yeah, I think they did say that. I think that it was important though. I think the point of it was to lay the groundwork for her remembering her past lives and remembering being Miranda a bit more clearly, because she remembers that she was reincarnated now thanks to Jade playing the song, but she remembers being Miranda more clearly than anything else. And I think it's because of going and seeing all of those paintings that Miranda made from her past lives and meeting Henry. That was key and that was important, and that's going to help because Miranda had a lot of insight. So I think that's important. I do think that needed to happen. That's why the boy in white pushed her out to help her along that journey to remembering. Greedy God says the song is going to make Henry think all the years he was hearing the song in the car was Victor. Oh yeah, was Victor playing the song to wake him from the acid coma. Yep, that's right. Isn't that crazy? Oh my God. Because the tape was stuck in his car, and so now he's just gonna think, oh, that was just Victor and his grandson playing the song for him in the hospital room. That's terrible. Yes, Damon, next season is gonna be the last one. That was confirmed, unfortunately. Only got one more to go. Okay, let's see. Anything else before we move on?
Oh, that would be crazy. You should look at David and Jill's last most recent comment.
Okay.
That would be a trip if that was how it ended.
Okay. Football says Karl is so fucking funny. Yes, he is. He is fucking funny. I need that sense of humor in my life badly. Whose comment am I looking for? David's?
David. No.
The beginning is the end. They arrived on boat and they leave by boat, but they don't escape. They arrive back in the 1500s. One great cycle like the great year. Oh, that would be crazy, David. Yep. That would be crazy. Damn, yeah. Oh, and I do think that would be perfect. That's a great point because on the cave mural from left to right, it looks like it's telling the story of the whole cycle, and at the far left, it shows boats.
Boats showing up.
That's I forgot about that when I was pointing to all the different boat references in the show in one of my videos, and I said I think that Boyd is going to manifest his boat in the end, and that's how the survivors will leave. Well, that's so fitting that it'll complete the cycle. The first people arrived by boat, and the last people will leave by boat. Perfect. I don't think they're going to go back in time, but that would be wild.
That would be wild.
Hey, the Drew B, welcome. If Victor lived in the truck pre-talismans, wouldn't the monsters have checked the peach truck? You would think, wouldn't you? But
I think Victor's got plot armor, and the man in yellow is not trying to get rid of him until maybe this time around.
Yeah, I think he let Victor live.
Yeah.
Specifically to have someone around telling people stop asking all these questions, trying to protect them, but it's also helping the man in yellow. He doesn't want people gaining knowledge of the past and figuring things out. Because Victor has so much trauma. That's why I think he let him live.
Right.
Hey, Perp Minded. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hey, NSB. Been 4 hours late. Was sleeping at 6 a.m. in the morning when you all started. Sorry. I knew that this earlier time wouldn't work for some of you folks who are international. So I'm sorry. That sucks. Just want to say this episode wasn't that exciting, but I could feel the adrenaline coming in the next one. If you listen to rewind this to the beginning and you listen to me talking about the episode as a whole, I was pumped. I am pumped about this episode, but I'm one of the nerds who loves these lore building setup episodes that that give us more to theory craft on. That's what gets me the most excited, instead of the ones with the most action. I love these types of episodes that you can theory craft about the most. Straight Edge thinks Man in Yellow is Tabitha's original hubby. Original Jade was original Tabby's lover. And Man in Yellow is taking revenge on them for all eternity. Oh, man. Imagine. Incidentally, NSB, I forget where you're located. If you don't mind sharing, what country are you in? I'm just curious. And I do want to start my streams earlier as a rule. Start doing them at the time I did today, which was 9 p.m. Eastern, I think, if I can manage it, but no later than 10. It would be better for me to not be up all night so much. It's bad for me. MG says it was an early cycle. Maybe Boy in White hadn't yet figured out it was best to bring them back as adults and brought them back as kids like himself. Who knows? Yeah, I very well could be, because he has made mistakes. He has made mistakes before. Okay. Let's see. So Straight Edge thinks the survivor in Victor's cycle, I was thinking this too, was the man who jumped off the roof. Victor described that man as a man who was very scared. Same words he used for himself. Could be the man. I've thought of that. The man who jumped off the roof. Maybe so. Yeah. Yeah, I a lot of people are thinking that that Tabitha was like the Man in Yellow's daughter, lover. Like, I don't think it needs to be any of those things. I don't think it needs to be any of those things. I just think she was the closest thing he had to a friend, exactly as he said, and that's how Doug said that he took it too in the script, because Doug Hughes, he watched the episode with us and talked with us in the Discord watch party, the voice channel after the episode, and he said just from in his own opinion, he really thinks the Man in Yellow did look at Tabitha as a friend. And because they've spent many years together in many of her lifetimes, and he's enjoying this so much. It's so fun for him. Also, I should as a reminder just say, in the Monday night streams we don't talk about the episode trailers at all. I like to create a space for people who have not and don't want to watch the episode trailers, because they're spoilery as hell, and I am going to watch it later, but I haven't seen it yet, and a lot of people don't like watching them or hearing about them, so I like to keep this safe, a safe space for those of you who don't want to hear about the episode trailers. So I'm not going to talk about that at all in this stream. Later in the week, I'll do another stream where I'll talk about it, probably Friday night. On the Friday night stream, I'll talk about the trailer, but not tonight. We have enough to talk about with this episode. This one was packed. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with Lucas that the monsters let Victor live on behalf of the Man in Yellow, I think, and they let Randall live, right? Man in Yellow let Tabitha live. Sometimes the long-term suffering is better for them than killing. Exactly. Chili says, are they really going to dig up the tree? Wouldn't it be better to chop it down and then dig? Seems like a lot either way. Yeah, it seems like chopping it down would be a little easier and then dig. I agree. And I think this makes perfect sense. The tree is going to come down. I predicted that it would get chopped down in a different way. When I saw the title, oh, that was the other theory I was trying to remember that got confirmed in this episode about the tree, that the tree's going to come down.
That was the other one, right?
Yeah. I think that was it. I had two theories confirmed in this episode. One of them was that the Thomas voice was the Man in Yellow. Mm. And the other one was definitely that the tree is going to come down in the season finale.
I thought that was something else.
Was there something else too?
Yeah.
I think
maybe it'll come to us.
It'll probably come back to me at some point in the stream. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Oh, and speaking on that, I think it's easier to pull a tree down if you've got a truck to pull it, because I know digging up a stump is like really hard to do.
Oh, really?
Stump removal is like a whole science. So it might be easier if the ground is soft enough to pull the tree out, because they want the hole to be able to go down into, right?
Right.
Yeah, but do they even have a truck? All they got is an ambulance with pop tires, right? And a Volkswagen van. That's not gonna pull no tree down. Maybe the ambulance.
But I think they said. I think Jade referenced
something about a truck, right?
He said a truck and a van, but I thought that they blew the tires on the truck.
Yeah, they blew the tires on the ambulance
and the truck in season 1, the pickup truck.
The pickup truck for sure, and then they have the small little van from the colony house. That's not gonna pull down a tree. That little 4-cylinder Volkswagen van. That's not gonna. That'll pull down a fucking weed or something. Pull down no tree.
Right. It's weird. Yeah. So I don't know how they're gonna do that, but a few episodes ago, like several weeks ago, when I saw the episode title "If a Tree Falls in the Forest" for the season finale, I predicted, just based on the title alone, that the Bottle Faraway tree was going to get chopped down.
Well, Susie in the chat saying that the tires didn't get blown because she pulled off to the side. I thought both things happened. Like she sort of tried to avoid it, but then Christy pulled it back, right, and it got popped.
Yeah, they blew the tires.
I mean, I'm sure there's some tires that aren't popped there somewhere, like in the junkyard. I'm sure they could make that happen, but still.
Yeah, they put out the spike strip and blew the tires out.
Yeah.
Uh,
Maybe in the junkyard. I'm pretty sure in the junkyard they might be able to pull some tires that could hold some air for a little while.
yeah. Acosta tried to avoid the spike strip by pulling to the side, but Christie turned it back toward the strip.
Okay.
But anyway, my theory was for the Tree Falls in the Forest episode title was that Sophia was going to somehow convince a bunch of people that the bottle faraway tree was like a source of their suffering somehow, and they need to chop it down, and it was bad in some way. So I thought Sophia would convince them to do it, because I thought maybe it's against the rules for her to mess with it, for the evil entity to mess with it, because it was created from the hope of the sacrificed children. And so that was my theory. But either way, part of my theory was right, that the tree is coming down in the season finale. So I got that part at least. And then MG in the chat, when I brought that up, he said that he thought that will mean no more reincarnation for Tabitha and Jade, that this will be their last lifetime. And I agreed with that and ran with it, put that in a video, and I still think that's going to happen. That there won't be any more lifetimes for them to try to save the children. But anyway, back to the scene that we're on. Greedy God said Donna. Well, first, Greedy God said Donna said the people used to hide under bushes in the woods. Victor could have hid in his truck and underground for years. True. But it seems weird that the monsters wouldn't look in there. I think they didn't want to.
Cold, hot, cold, right?
A little cold. Hey, Susie. And yes, NSB, absolutely. The game theory about chess really rung true in this episode. Yes. That's a theory I've had for over a year, and I really felt it too. The way that the entities are using them like chess pieces, definitely. Let's see. Damon says, I also think Boyd will sacrifice himself, killing the devil in the yellow suit to free everyone, like a messiah type. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yes, stronger. Absolutely. Cutting down the tree is not a good idea. Boyne White said not to. It was important. He said it's important. He said don't cut it down. So yes, it's a terrible idea. I agree with MG that it's the engine of the two parents reincarnation cycle. And it may kill him too. That's true. I agree with that theory. I think that's spot on.
It'll kill who?
The boy in white. It could eliminate him too, which would get rid of their problem with the boy in white and his growth spurts getting way too big.
And maybe that's why the man in yellow is like, you guys are so close this time.
Yeah.
Doing what he secretly wants. Maybe that's what he wants. Like you said, it'll be sort of a like, yeah, we're free. Yeah, but so am I, you fuckers.
Yeah.
Because he can't do it. They have to do it.
Yeah.
Like the Man in Black from Lost, right? Can't kill them, but if you this bomb that's not gonna go off, if you fuck with it, now.
Yes.
Because it's going to be you, Jack. Say, what are you doing? Boom, right?
Yes.
And then Hurley, I love that part. Hurley, what about Saeed? And what did Jack say to him? There is no Saeed.
There is no Saeed. Yeah. But gosh, it's like, we do these episode breakdowns, but it's so hard to just go scene by scene without talking about so many of these other amazing points, because I really think he wants them to do this. He's going to want them to chop down this tree. That's why my theory was that Sophia was going to try to trick people into chopping it down for her, because I don't believe that the man in yellow entity is allowed to mess with that tree. I think that that's against the rules. Just like if you've seen Lost, there are two entities, and there is an entity, I won't do any spoilers, but there's an entity that they have limitations on what they can do and what they can't. They're powerful, but they have certain limitations, and so they have to trick humans into doing certain things for them. I don't think he can mess with the faraway tree. And so chopping it down, this would be a good thing for him. Because number one, if Tabitha and Jade, this will mean no more reincarnation for Tabitha and Jade. Last chance to save the children in this lifetime. No more extra lives. And like Karl said, like maybe he'd be happy too, because it means he could escape. If they get the bones of the children and figure out the correct thing to do with them in the end, maybe this means he escapes into the real world with the people. So it's a win-win for him.
You're so close this time.
It's like heads I win, tails you lose. He seemed so excited, didn't he? He seemed exuberant about the possibility that they're going to dig up those bones.
Yeah.
Like he was happy about it.
You are so close this time.
I think he wants to get out into the world. And if they escape, he escapes too.
Most tricksters, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to trick you into doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I really think so. And this is something we've wondered about even before we ever knew about A Man in Yellow, when we were talking about the evil entity in the fandom. Maybe if they escape, it escapes too.
Don't.
And now look, it's falling into place. Like, this is strong evidence for that theory, how excited he seemed. You are so close this time. Why would he be so excited about the idea that they're digging up those bones? He wants out. He's bored with playing this same game over and over again. Yes, he's enjoying torturing them in every lifetime and torturing new people, but I think he's bored to death. He's played the same game over and over again, and it always ends the same. And he's like, you're about to do something you've never done before. This is something new, and it's something he wants to happen. It's like heads I win, tails you lose. It's a win-win for him. If they don't do this and they don't escape, he still gets to torture people in there for eternity. But if they do escape, he escapes too. And
it's just liver all day.
Yeah.
You know? Just consuming livers all over America.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
You might he said you might like unleash a type of suffering you've never imagined. Also, if this does eliminate the boy in white, that would be something that he'd be happy about too. Cutting down the faraway tree, if that gets rid of the boy in white, that's an entity that's trying to help these people break the cycle. He'd be like, fuck that kid. Get lost. Goodbye. You know?
He'd be like, fuck your couch. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is really interesting stuff. See why I love this episode. There's so much to chew on. There's so much to theory craft on. CFH says, I saw a theory that with Victor saying the trees move, they take the tree down, but it ends up not being overtop the chamber anymore. I could definitely see something like that. Okay. Right. So like maybe since the trees move, it might not be right over there anymore. So they might chop the thing down and be like, oh shit, where's the chamber? I think it'll be there though. It could be. That's a great idea, but it could.
That would suck in that moment.
That would suck.
Because then maybe the boy in white shows up and said, you've killed me. All right, fuck it. We did, but we got to do this. Oh, shit, there's no hole here. What the fuck?
Right.
Good job, Jade.
That would suck.
Yeah, fuck you and your company, motherfucker.
Right. Diana says, I think of the faraway tree as their way out, especially if they get the bones. They may be a key to a destination for them to change the story. Oh yeah, they're gonna be essential. I think they do need them I think they need to take them to the Lake of Tears, like Karl has said. If a tree falls, does it make a sound? Nods to sound this season. Boyd will never forget the sound of the shots that killed Abby, and the sound of the tray falling snapped Henry back to the daydream. Good points, David. Good points. So let's see. Susie says the man in yellow wants them to take the tree so he can escape, but it will make all the electricity not work. But they could probably kill him, have a tappy ready to go. Wait, what? Just saying, I know this story. Hey there, Inky Party. The boy in white said that now was not the time to cut down the tree. He did not say that it should never be done. What I recall is him saying it's important. He said, don't cut down that tree. Point blank. That's what he said. Victor says, like, why? The boy in white just says, it's important. And Victor's like, what do I do? He says, don't cut down that tree. So I don't think it should ever be cut down, personally. But Diana says that tree is the only way out. I think I don't know if it's the only way out, but I do think it's important for them getting back in the reincarnation cycle after cycle. See, Straight Edge says we knew Thomas as the man in yellow as soon as the man in yellow said, "Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim." That was the reveal. That's what I thought exactly. Yeah. But some people argued with me and said, oh, we don't know. We don't know if the man in yellow is Thomas, and
that just seemed quite obvious, especially when they said that. Especially when he said that, he's like, "Hey, your wife shouldn't have dug that hole." It's obviously, that means all the like radio and transmissions and, what do you think, you're not going to call Klondike 555 and get, Lucy on the other end, right?
Yeah.
Everything is just the entity.
All the voices.
Yeah.
The voices on the different devices, the phone and the radio, they're all the man in yellow. Straight Edge says, I didn't need the show to tell me Thomas was the man in yellow. I understood. Me too. Yes, something that bugs me about From. It kind of hits you over the head with the reveals. Like, really hammers them all. Yeah, me too, Straight Edge. But some people need that, I guess.
Especially when Thomas was on the radio kind of like laughing, remember?
Yeah.
Where who was that ignored it? It was Jim, right? Was it Jim?
Yeah.
Who was it that ignored it when it was like talking shit? Thomas was talking shit and they like left the RV. I forgot what. You remember that?
Yeah.
He was laughing.
He was laughing, and Ethan said it's not really Thomas. It
was Jim and Ethan leaving that spot, right, when that happened, right?
Jim and Ethan. Yeah. That's right.
Tastes funny.
Oh yeah. Okay.
My headache's kicking my ass a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good idea to watch Lost, Diana. Like, there are a lot of similarities. There are a lot of parallels. I finished Lost for the first time earlier this year, and when From season 4 is over, I'm gonna do a live stream talking about Lost and the parallels to From. Two entities discussing the rules in a flashback. Right. CFH. There are a lot of parallels with Lost.
Yeah, there is no Saeed.
Let's see. Yeah, boy in white better show up and say something if he wants to save the tree, or he is useless. Yeah, Lucas, good point. I hope he does show up. But maybe this is what, you know what though? The boy in white is the one. I think he's the one who sent Ghost Khatri to push Boyd to listen to Jade and go get the bones, because both Khatri and the boy in white said you're running out of time.
Right.
So I think Ghost Khatri is just a messenger of boy in white. I think boy in white wants them to get the bones.
Well, the bones is one thing and the tree is something else.
So maybe he wouldn't like this plan.
If he's saying don't cut down the tree, then just don't cut down the tree. go get the bones is different than knocking the tree down. Jade is suggesting, hey, we should cut the tree down because it puts us right there where we need to be. But maybe that sacrifices something in this place that they don't realize is important.
Yeah. Yeah. So they may be doing this the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. Remember, el flojo trabaja doble. All right. So you gotta do the hard work and get into that chamber. Like Katri said, you may have to lose some people. There may be a one-way, shooting gallery or whatever he said. But now Jade is like, hey, I got a shortcut. We can just do this.
Yeah.
El flojo trabaja doble.
Right.
So the lazy person works twice as hard. This is the wrong thing to do.
Indeed. Damon says the fantasy tree reminds me of the tree of life from the Bible too. Yeah, that would make total sense too. If there are so many biblical references that the way that they're portraying the tree, if it has some connection, but I don't know anything about the tree of life from the Bible, so I wouldn't be able to say. Night Knickknack Studios, thank you so much. And to be honest, I'm looking at the runtime and the time that it is right now and the amount of pain that I'm in, and there is so much in this episode that I want to talk about and do justice to. There's so much. And let me look at my notes. I'm literally just a few scenes into the episode, actually breaking it down scene by scene, like literally nowhere near done. Like we're not even halfway through it. I think we're going to have to divide this episode breakdown between 2 streams for my self-care.
What do you need to do right now? You need to get on a treadmill?
Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll catch up with the chat a bit, and and that way I can just for a little longer, and then I can do some self-care, get on the treadmill to manage my pain, and come back tomorrow night and finish the breakdown.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. How long have this been going on?
This has been going on 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And my pain is really bad. It's horrible. And I could get on the treadmill right now, but the treadmill hurts me more than walking outside. And I don't like the sound in the background messing with the quality.
You're saying kind of just wrap it up at this point, right? Okay. Mm.
I don't like I don't like the noise of the treadmill messing with the quality of this stream. I know people say they don't mind it, but it bothers me as a perfectionist. I don't like doing it. I could do it, but again, it hurts me more too, walking on the treadmill versus if I could just go outside. I can't go outside and stream, though. So, and then what I could do is I could, after my walk, I could get to work on my video. I could start writing my video script. Maybe this could be a new model for how to do things. Break it into 2 nights instead of doing a 7-hour stream. If I want to talk about it that much, break it into 2 nights, shorter, make it 4 hours instead of 7, and something like that. And then I could more easily get my videos out before freaking Saturday comes or Sunday, because that's too late. Sorry, you're just hearing my process as I'm literally trying to figure it out in real time. But
yeah, I'm trying to figure it out too. I'm eating ice cream.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I know I'm fat.
No. So let me see. Julie with the new game plan. Yeah, I think this is the best course of action, because I can promise you, like, I got another 3 hours worth of talking to do about this episode easily. That's how much there is to talk about. And I'm not even anywhere near halfway through the breakdown. Like, there's just so much, and we spent a while talking about it at the start of the stream, but that's not the same thing as breaking it down. I want to break down the whole episode scene by scene, like we always do with the images.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Go take a break. Yeah, I think I really should. Julie says, Diana says, Julie, go take care of you. We need fighting fit. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hold on a second. There's some.
He's like falling out of his bed or something.
Yeah. Sounds like, yeah. Yeah. Sounds like Karl.
I'll go check on.
Karl needs to check on his dad. So his dad has nightmares and falls out of bed sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, we started at 9 Eastern. So I am gonna try and do streams earlier now for my own well-being. Better for me. Oh, sorry you're late. AA. I knew it would catch a lot of people by surprise, starting a lot earlier, but I just had a weird night last night, and I was awake early in the morning, sort of early in the morning, and then like last night I fell asleep early randomly. I don't know how it happened. It's not like me. And everything okay? All right, I think they're okay. He's just checking on his dad. AA says, is he good?
Yeah, one of the most ungrateful. Like, are you okay? I guess whatever. Okay, fine.
Okay. Jeez. His dad has some issues. The old age. The old age isn't for sissies.
Well, I think you already told people he's got dementia and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah. AA says, this has been in my mind since the bones came up. If you remove bones from a resting place, sometimes it releases a demonic entity, and that was touched upon thus this episode a bit. Sometimes it isn't good. Right. Interesting. Yeah. So it could wind up unleashing something bad. He definitely was super excited about it. Lucas says maybe the man in yellow's true form is baby Thomas. Cuckoo caca. That's funny. Baby Thomas. David says the Kabbalah, tree of knowledge, and the tree of life, the nervous and cardiovascular systems. Symbolically, the tree of knowledge is about mind equals matter, how thoughts manifest with words. Wow. Well, that couldn't be any more fitting for this show. My manifestation theory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, things can manifest in this place. Mind equals matter, the tree. Oh my God, that's all too perfect. The kids manifested the tree too. The sacrificed kids manifested the tree with their hope. And, this symbolizes how everything in this place gets. I'm taking a screenshot of this. That symbolizes how everything in this place is manifested from dreams, nightmares, fears, and hope. This whole realm has been manifested. I think it started out as a normal town, and it was turned into a pocket universe. That's everything in it has been manifested by something.
You're saying like the settlement, maybe the settlement was the first normal like settlers showing up there, and then this this weirdness happened and
Mm-hmm.
it took it out of reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I think possibly the evil entity created this place. But but it wasn't just the evil entity. The children also manifested things. Manifested that tree for starters. Let's see. Susie says, I tried to upload my video to the Discord, but it won't work. I have a point about it. It's this terrible, inevitable fact that darkness persists in cycles. Okay. Well, it may be because it's too big of a file to upload. So, but yeah, like whatever you can do to upload your idea or your theory or to write or to actually like post it. I mean, love to hear about it. Everyone dies but Ethan. The cycle continues. Oh, dark. I hope that doesn't actually happen, even though I know that's what the evil entity intends. The real Thomas. So David thinks the real Thomas is at the Lake of Tears, where all their grief is. Interesting. Yeah, Thomas was a tiny baby, so of course he wasn't able to talk. But the evil entity knows this and is just using it to fuck with them anyway. Straight Edge says whenever the jukebox plays music, it's actually the man in yellow singing, not the original artist. He is actually a big fan of singing and enjoys it in his free time. He's really offended when people get annoyed or scared at his singing. That's why he's upset.
Oh, like those people at the karaoke bar that just take it way too serious. That's the man in yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like it. MG says Boy in White will likely show up either to Victor or Sarah or someone trying to pull down the tree, would be my bet. Probably Victor, who's his friend. Right. Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. I don't know what this was about, but Diana said, no, you were right, Julie. Stick to your guns. I forget what I was talking about then. MSB says, Boy in White hasn't shown himself to Jade yet. If he wouldn't like getting the tree cut, you should try to stop him, right? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure he's going to do it. David says the unimaginable suffering is the root trauma they must face before they escape. Okay. Yeah, and Boyd's root trauma is what happened to Abby. That fact that he had to kill Abby. He has to face that. That's what Ghost Khatri is trying to tell him. You got to face this, that it wasn't your fault that Abby died. You have to let it go. You have to get over it. And he's right. He sounds blunt, but he's right. That's what's standing in his way of being able to function properly as a leader. He has to get over it.
We have to kind of function. Oh, sorry.
He has to.
Bill Chill will get that reference.
I'm sure he would.
Mm-hmm.
He has to get over it, and he has to accept that other people are going to die. He can't save literally everyone. Other people are going to die in this effort of theirs. Let's see. David says if MIY is from the original cycle, it would explain how he learned how to become a witch doctor, warlock, shape-shifting Wendigo by learning it from the natives when they arrived. Okay, so you think that he was a regular person originally who became this entity. Interesting. Okay.
He chose the dark path.
Chose the dark path. I'm scrolling up a bit to see what else I missed here earlier. And then what I'll do is catch up with the chat, and we'll do a part 2 in a little bit. I'll end it, and we'll do a part 2 tomorrow. Because I like streaming. I love talking about this show. I want to be able to enjoy it and not just suffer through the rest of this stream and cause myself more pain. That wouldn't be taking good care of myself.
No.
Okay. What else is here? David says, I was theorizing that village houses were above the sacrifice, and Victor said the trees move. So maybe Jade has the wrong location, and Boy in White told Victor not to chop the tree down. Oh, okay. Maybe it was the wrong place. I think it's going to be under there. I do. I think it's going to be under there, but...
That seems like a central location, being as how the Boy in White said not to chop it down, right?
Yeah.
And then that's the same place that Jay played the music, right? And then the Nkui came to them there, right?
Yeah.
And then because that Jay sure can play, he manifested after that happened, right?
Yeah.
So that tells me that that's the spot.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I understand the whole trees moving, and same thing. It could like move, kind of off to the. I would assume off to the side a little bit, like you'll chop it down and like crap, the hole's not here,
Right.
I can see that being a like hurry up and dig, or hurry up and find it.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that it's got to be that one, because listen to the things I just listed. It has to be the main one, because he played there, and Kui's there, Boy in White's there, Man in Yellow comes out of the forest because of what happened there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It makes total sense that would be the place. It all is just, everything is coming together around that bottle faraway tree. See, David says it could be opposite. It could be that chopping the tree may lead to the fallen tree on the road, and that's what keeps them trapped in for another cycle. Oh, okay. Hey, you never know. A lot of people have wondered if the fallen trees are faraway trees. If Boy in White doesn't want the tree chopped down, it must lead to another failed cycle because he wants them to remember. Yeah, but I just keep coming back to the Boy in White wants them to get those bones. I know it, because he and Katri both said you're running out of time in different scenes. But like Karl said, maybe he just wants them to get the bones another way, by going through the cave system, not by chopping the tree down, which they need. Yeah, it's interesting. Like this whole, oh god, there's just so much theory crafting we can do around this episode. Why did he tell Tabitha about this then? Oh, he probably knows she won't talk about this to anyone. Yeah, probably NSB. She's probably not gonna tell a soul, knowing her. Lucas says it's possible he is just very confident that they will fail. That's possible. Darrell says Man in Yellow wants to be free. He's a victim. Right? Oh my god.
Misunderstood,
Yeah.
Just living that high protein, high iron content diet with the livers, it's just
Yeah.
what he's got to do to stay alive,
Yeah, that's all. What's the harm there?
Yeah, your liver grows back, right?
Wait,
does it?
Does it?
I think it does, but
yeah,
it's not. That's not the way to do it.
No, Damon. Somebody.
Yeah, they did.
Who was it? Was it Jeff Pinkner? Jeff Pinkner.
Uh-huh.
He was one of the creators of Lost, and he also co-created.
Jack Bender was all over directing Lost episodes.
And Jack Bender. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Those are the two.
Yeah.
CFH says, speaking of Lost, obviously this season will end with a massive cliffhanger, but I would love to get a scene to open the finale similar to that big Man in Black Jacob on the beach scene.
Oh yeah, like a long exposition filled flashback. Right?
Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah. Oh, that would be fantastic to see that. And of course, we'd have like the Boy in White and the Man in Yellow as our two entities.
Mm-hmm.
That would be excellent.
Talking, like fishing. They'd be fishing together.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about what I like, liver.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would be great. Mike Light says, what if Julie's story walking ability is the key to going home? Maybe she uses her powers to sacrifice herself for everyone to get home and completing the true hero's journey. Possible. Yeah, it's possible. I do think she's going to be important. She's an important player. I think she'll be getting a lot of information by going to past timelines and sharing that information. Yeah, they could be shooting themselves in the foot, Diana. They could be destroying that tree. Let's see. Straight Edge says, I wonder if the man in yellow sometimes excitedly waits for new Jade and Tabitha for 40 years, and then they themselves killed 3 days in. Well, get killed 3 days in. Well, fuck. Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if they get killed that fast. Oh, that'd be funny. Let's see. Susie doesn't believe the reincarnation stuff. So you think that it's more like Jade's company kind of thing going on? Recycled memories and nightmares. Oh, it could be. It could be. But I would be bummed because they've built up so much lore around that. And I would feel like it would be them cheating us if they did that. Oh yeah, Fringe. They also, some of those guys, Pinkner also co-created Fringe. I loved that. I loved that show. Yes, we are fromily, Diana. 100%. Let's see. Just seeing everything else I missed here. Lucas says I would be talking to all the monsters and ghosts and everything. Yeah, anyone who'd actually appear to you and then tell everybody else. I would. Damon says I'm a little tired myself. It is 1:45 a.m. here. Well, now it would be 2 a.m. for you. Yeah, it's a long time. We're 4 hours and 41 minutes in. Lucas says, yes, take care of yourself. Thank you guys for understanding. As always, appreciate you. And I need to start taking better care of myself. The 7-hour live streams, a lot of times they cause me excess pain on top of what I already have. I really need to take better care of myself. So this is a way that I can, I can still do justice to the episode and go through it as much as I want, but just divide it between 2 nights. Damon says, I'm glad I found this. I thought I was the only one. Are you kidding? Thought you were the only one who was this into From? If that's what you're saying, that's, oh no, there's a whole horde of us out here. We're your people. Trust me. You came to the right place. I'm glad you found us.
Yeah, Damon, I think that is clearly new, huh?
Yeah.
It's a newer name, but welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
And I think Diana is saying good night as well right now. She's getting ready to bounce.
Okay. Let's see. I'll scroll down. I'll scroll down to the latest. I'm like 15 minutes behind right now. Good night, Diana. I will definitely do part 2 tomorrow night. Around the same time. I'm thinking probably 9 p.m. Eastern. So I will definitely get through the rest of the breakdown, but I'm not ending it yet. I'm gonna keep going through the chat here, and I feel bad because now I see some people just joining because they're used to the stream going on till 4 or 5 in the morning Eastern here. Martin is here. Yep, Karl the Cork at Heart of the Island. I mean Pocket Universe.
Yeah.
Martin, one of the losties, and it sucks, because if I start the lives earlier, then people like Martin who are international, it's harder for you to join, and that sucks. I hate these time differences. Thanks, AA. Thank you for understanding. Not closing it down yet because I wanna go through the rest of the chat here first. Darrell, how could anybody say we didn't learn much in this episode? This episode was packed. It was packed with stuff. Seriously. Susie says this was a 9 or 9.5, my fave. It was 10 for me. 10.5. One of my favorites of the whole season. It's phenomenal. I don't get how people can't be into this one. But I don't know. Some people aren't watching it for the same reason. Some people are watching this for horror, blood and guts. That's not me. Not me at all. Let's see. Hey, West of Westeros. Welcome. Nice to see you. Darrell says I started watching when the season 1 finale was about to air, so I've been around for all the long breaks. I haven't. I just found the show 2 years ago. And then I was instantly obsessed, of course. Martin says manifestation, Julie, sounds like Ben talking about the box in Lost. I've just been too busy at work to chat. Oh, okay. So you've still been here though.
Wait, the box manifested Sawyer's dad, right? Or Locke's dad, who was Sawyer, right?
Yes.
Right? That guy?
Yes.
And he's like, what am I doing here? Or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. It manifested whose dad? I forget.
And so it's Locke's dad.
Locke's dad.
Who was Sawyer. The person that Sawyer got his name from.
Right.
And then I believe Sawyer murdered him, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he did, man.
That was Locke's dad?
Yeah, remember Locke's dad took his kidney from him.
That was the real Sawyer?
Yeah, you don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I totally forgot that was Sawyer.
Yeah.
that was a big reveal.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
She took my $20. I remember that part. She took my $20. You want your $20 back? I want my kidney back.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Choose the form of the destroyer. I couldn't help it, guys. It just popped in there. I tried to think of the most harmless thing possible. It's baby Thomas. 50-foot dead baby Thomas stomps down Main Street of town.
It's the Ghostbusters reference.
Oh, okay.
And the Dan Aykroyd character is like, no, it can't be. It can't be. And it was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yes. Yes, it's like a great book club, except with the TV show. That's what the Frumleys like, Diana. Absolutely. Everything we see in the world first began as one thought in one person's mind. Through words spoken, there is action, and the action creates an entire network manifested from a non-physical thought. Yeah, that's manifestation, right, David? Absolutely. Westeros says, Fatima not turning into the kimono lady with her 19 beats per minute heart. Oh my God. Yeah. That's what you were saying, Karl. Like maybe she's turning into the kimono lady.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just crazy. What a twist. So much exciting stuff happening in this episode. Mike Light says, what if the bones are themselves are some kind of seal? What if moving them unleashes a greater evil that not only eliminates Boy in White, but also Man in Yellow? I don't think Man in Yellow knows what happens if the bones are moved. Yeah, I don't know. I get the sense that he does know, but you know, I think he's so excited about it and wants it to happen, but maybe he just wants something different to happen because he's bored. That's possible too. He says Fatima has been dead since she gave birth, probably, or maybe before when she was eating dirt. I thought she was turning into a monster. She probably is, and she won't be able to leave, and Boyd will say or stay. I think she's turning into one. Yes, I think she's turning into a creature. I don't think Boyd will let Ellis stay if Fatima has to, because he will want Ellis to get out and live a normal life if the chance presents itself. Fatima will stay to hunt the next cycle of Fromville. Damn. And I'm starting to think Tabitha is Eloise. Do the ages match up? Yeah, someone else has that theory. I forget who it was. I don't think the ages match up. She's too young, though. She's a bit too young.
As her character's too young.
Yeah.
I don't know that the actress is too young.
She's
How old is she?
I think she's like 43 or something.
Yeah, that's almost right for being born in 78.
And well,
It's almost right, unless you're saying the massacre happened in 82.
yeah, it may have happened in 82. But I just look at it like, how old is Victor? Early 50s?
So you go 6 from 50. She'd be, if she was born in 82, she'd be 44.
So I think it's a few years. She's a few years too young to be Victor's sister, but not by much.
Yeah.
So MG says when Victor took Tabitha to the bottle tree, he couldn't find it originally. It wasn't where it was supposed to be, so it might not be in the right place. That's right. He said, wait, like it was supposed to be here. He counted the steps and the tree moved a bit. That's a great point, MG. That's a great point. So I think the chamber may not be directly under it. They may have to be like, oh shit, and do a little searching. It won't be smack dab beneath it.
Right.
So
then taking the tree down is going to be the wrong move.
Right. Yeah. I think it's going to be a little more complicated than just boom, it's right underneath. And I think the reason why there are different root symbols, there are different versions of the symbol where the 3 lines across the circle are in different patterns. I think it's because the trees are moving, so the roots are shifting around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Damon said, "Don't kill yourselves. That's the devil in the yellow suit's job. Get some rest."
Yeah.
It's a good point. Good point. Darrell said, "Martin, Julie thinks you are the man in yellow, but I still believe in you."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Man in yellow misunderstood when he's ripping Jim's throat out, just showing the cost of knowledge, which is vital. Right, Darrell. Hey, LDN King. Whatever is going on with Henry reminds me of diamonds and his constant. Diamonds? What's that? What's that reference from?
I don't know. Whatever's going on with Henry reminds me of diamonds
And his constant. There was a constant in Lost with the time traveling, but I don't remember any diamonds.
Well, diamonds are forever. Diamonds are forever. Forever and ever.
Yeah.
Oh, like an anchor, a constant,
Right.
like a talisman from Inception.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't supposed to be Diamond. It's supposed to be Desmond.
Oh, Desmond.
Yeah.
Well, that
Put
explains
the gun down, brother.
That explains that. Okay. Desmond
Push the
and his...
button. The end.
Yeah. Yeah, so... That's a good parallel. Yeah, there's Victor, I think, is the anchor, of course. He's Henry's anchor. AA says Tabitha will tell someone about Man in Yellow Encounter, season 5, episode 10, at 5 minutes left of the finale episode. And thanks, Diana. She said, Julie, we appreciate you also, and Karl.
And Karl.
Well, she included you. Football says Tabitha knows where Jim dies. Now soon Julie will know, and that's how she figures out chapters. Yes. She figured out.
Yeah, that'd be a good way of doing it.
Because she needed to know. She said, I think this is when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
But she also needed to know where to go to find Jim.
Yeah. Like I said, the first moment she runs into Victor, I think, and they start talking about the man in yellow, that's when she's gonna try and do it again. Because
yes.
Right now she's like, whatever, it didn't work, it's dumb, it's bullshit. This place is bullshitting me, it's not real.
Then she's gonna try it again.
Yep.
As soon as she talks to somebody about the man in yellow, Tabitha, Victor, Ethan. Susie's right. If Julie says she's going and then not ending yet, she'll go for like 2 more hours. Damon says I'm gonna head out myself. Okay, see you, Damon. Welcome. Glad you found us. And thank you. I do need to hurry up and get going. Football says Doug's return made it a 9.5, not gonna lie. 100%. 100%. His return for me, well, not just his return, but the whole episode for me was a 10 out of 10. Not Fatima. Oh, yeah, I read that one. Or maybe it was just a duplicate, but yes. Turning into the kimono lady. West of Westeros gives it a 9.5. And let's see. Green, who says, why get the bones without knowing what to do with them? Well, it's a start, it's a start. They got to start somewhere. And that's the best they've got to go on based on Jade's mushroom trip. So I'd say, they'll figure out, improvise, I guess, figure it out as they go. I know it is a huge, risk to take without knowing what they're even going to do with them once they get them. That's a good point, though. They're risking a lot of lives. Or they reverse the curse. Could be football. I think they're going to, in the end, but it's going to be more complicated than it sounds. And I would add, by the way, as I'm wrapping up here, please still check out, if you haven't already, please still check out my episode, 7 deep dive. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now. If you haven't already, I released it Saturday morning, and it's full of all my theories that I have related to episode 7. It's 100% relevant. Nothing about episode 8 made it, negated it in any way or disproved anything that I said in it. So it's still relevant, and I'd really appreciate it if you could, give it a like, a comment, a hype if you can. But if you, if hypes are something you really need to hold on to, I would say, save the hype for my next video, which will be my episode 8 video. I'd rather that get hyped. I think the last one, it's kind of a lost cause. It is what it is. I still want people to watch it, but hyping it isn't going to take it much further. So if you want to hype something for me this week, I would ask you to hold that hype for my episode 8 deep dive video and or my theory video, which I'm going to make related to episode 8, because I do have a new theory coming out of episode 8. So stay tuned for those 2 videos later this week, but check out the one I have pinned at the top of the chat. When the live stream is over, you could click on that, head over there, bookmark it for later, or watch it if you feel like it. And engage with it however you can. I put a ton of work into it. I put a lot of hours into my videos, and it's tough when I can't get them out until the end of the week, and they don't get nearly as many views then because people are already moving on to the next episode. I gotta try to get them out faster, but my pain is a hindrance to that. It makes it too hard to focus. Susie, I'm not sure what video you mean. If I'm allowed to play what video. I don't see any copyright. It's the most recent link I posted. Oh, okay. So she posted a link. I can I'll go back and look at that in a few minutes. Let me just catch up with the chat here. Because I can't click on the link from StreamYard. I have to go into my YouTube tab. I hate that. I wish that there were hyperlinks in StreamYard. Okay, what is that? Lost Mysteries of the Universe, the Dharma Institute. Oh, cool.
Here, I'll preview it. Let's see.
Yeah, Karl is checking it out right now. Susie says the song that Victor's hearing is the one that was stuck in the tape in his car. It's him and Miranda's song. It's Joni. Oh, you mean that Henry's hearing? It's Joni Mitchell Blue, and it was also playing on the grandson's phone. Oh, no, you're correct about that. Absolutely. Crown and Anchor Me or Let Me Sail Away. I noticed that too, Susie. The lyric came up in the captions. It said Crown and Anchor Me or let me sail away. Speaking of anchor.
Oh,
Yes.
Speaking of sailing.
Yes, speaking of sailing too. Boyd's boat, anyone? I thought that song choice is just so spot on. And they had that from the beginning as Tabitha and Tabitha and Jim's song and Henry and Miranda's song. Martin says they were kind of foreshadowing they were moving the tree in episode 1 when Randall used the wench, right? Kind of like Stranger Things when they tipped the car. Science. Yes, you're right. Kind of leverage. He used leverage to get the pastor out of the car. Good point. Hey Joker, welcome. Drop the bones in the lake of tears. Yes, Karl had that idea too. That they should drop the kids' bones in the lake of tears. I think that's a good theory. David also agrees. Dump the bones and teeth in the lake of tears. Nice. Let's say that's a sound theory. So Darrell says in the season 2 finale, Jade sees the root symbol, and then it cuts to Victor saying that the tree should be there. So I reckon the tree is still in the same place as when Jade saw the root symbol. I'm confused. And then it cuts to Victor saying that the tree should be there. Oh, okay. I remember that now. But in this season, he was like, wait, where is it? It was supposed to be here. He was confused as to why it wasn't in a certain spot the last time he went there. Let's see. It's the one where they point out Eloise has no birth certificate or point of origin. Oh, cool, Susie. Thanks for sharing. I'll definitely check it out. I love Lost. Absolutely love it. Okay, so I am caught up officially with you guys, and I am going to do part 2 where we just passed the 5-hour mark, so definitely time for me to do some self-care. And tomorrow, I think we'll definitely, since we already did a general overview chat about the episode, we'll get into the rest of the breakdown faster tomorrow night so that we're not here for another 5 hours. That's a lot. So we'll do, a little bit shorter of a stream tomorrow, but long enough, to do justice to the rest of the episode. We'll do our, maybe half-hour talk with the chat, and then we'll dive into the rest of the breakdown tomorrow night. That's what we're going to do. I need to do some self-care, and then I'm going to get to work on my script for my next video. Yes, I do write a script, and it's the best way that I personally can work. I did get a comment saying that they didn't like the way it sounded like I'm reading a script in my videos, but sorry, that's the only way that I can work, because I just don't do well with bullet points and talking in a concise manner and hitting everything that I want to say in the way I want to say it in a concise video. I just can't do it. I need the script, but I read it as, in as animated and engaging a tone as I can. Do the best I can. That's just how I work best. And lots of YouTubers use scripts. Lots of them. Some of the best. Think Story uses scripts, and lots of others too. So, the last episode of Widow's Bay comes out tomorrow night. Actually, we still have to watch episode 9, Karl. I think we didn't actually watch that yet.
Yeah.
Did we?
Yeah.
We gotta watch that. Thanks, PR. You have a great evening too. Good night, Lucas. And thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much, Darrell. Can't wait for your next vid, Julie. Thank you. Refrito burrito. that is so funny. I like that. The man in yellow is terrified of them digging up the bones. That's why he's going so hard right now. Oh, 100%. I mean, like, this was a threat to Tabitha. This is the last thing I'll point out before we end it. Like, look at this. This whole RV is covered in Ethan's drawings. Why do you think that is? It's a subtle, not so subtle threat against Ethan's life because he already killed Jim. And so this is a threat. Like, you dig up any more knowledge, you dig up those bones, I'm coming for Ethan next. She's already scared of that. She said she was scared of that. And he as he's talking to her, he puts his hand on her throat. I mean, for God's sake, like, threats don't come any clearer than this. He's terrified. Either he's terrified of her digging up those bones, or he wants her to. It's hard to say. He sounded excited about the prospect, like maybe this is just psychological warfare, and it's a win-win for him either way. I have to figure out which side I come down on. I'll think hard about it tonight and see if I can come down on one side or the other by tomorrow night. Like, does he actually want her to proceed with this, or is this just him threatening her because he doesn't want those bones dug up? Because if it's a win-win, then why the pictures from Ethan? If he actually wants them to dig up the bones and let him out into the world, which is what maybe could happen. What an amazing scene. Absolutely amazing. Maybe I can try to like make a clip of it so I can play a clip tomorrow night. And I need to have more clips. Not too much because MGM does copyright claims, those bastards. Just kidding. Love you guys. Please give me more interviews. I trashed them too much with thanks MGM for all the spoilers. But hey, they ignored the one email I sent out about an interview so far. So fuck them. Anyway, hey Kaiser Bowl. Right as I'm ending, I hate when people. I feel bad when people show up right as I'm leaving, but it happens. MG says I'm as mobile as I need to be. What is that? Wait, what does he mean? I'm as mobile as I need to be.
I don't know. Maybe he's referring to his physicality.
Oh. Lady says you need to watch that, Karl. It's fire. What is that? The video?
I'm assuming, yeah, it's like a Dharma Initiative video.
Oh yeah. Widow's Bay is total Stephen King vibes again. Absolutely.
Yeah, unless they're talking about Widow's Bay, which we're watching that too.
Oh yeah, we love Widow's Bay. It will come out at 9 Eastern tomorrow, or maybe 8 on Apple. Oh, so maybe I won't go live at 9 Eastern. I'll wait till 10 so that we're not going live right when the episode drops, because a lot of these folks watch Widow's Bay.
Right.
I'm glad somebody mentioned that, because I didn't realize it comes out at 9. Good night, Bill. Martin says, yeah, Tea with Tolkien uses scripts. She won Best Online Tolkien Content of the Year. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. I feel a little vindicated. Good night, AA. I would have definitely called that bluff. Oh, okay. Like about the digging up the bones PR. Susie says, if anyone's awake, I'll hang out in Discord, but I don't want to be alone. Then I'll just watch triumphant videos of the Hurricanes winning the Stanley Cup for some hours. Aw. Mm-hmm. Somebody hang out with Susie in the Discord. There are lots of night owls here, because apparently I cannot work because I'm like still in glowing mode. Susie, I would hang out with you. I've gotta do some exercise right now. I gotta go outside and walk right now for like an hour. Darrell says Man in Yellow is threatening her, but he's doing it in a loving way. Oh yeah, says he caresses her face. It's so creepy how he did that. Oh, she looked disgusted by it too, his nasty hand. Miss J says, I was glad to see Doug again. Oh yeah, all of us were. Kaiser says Jade wants to pull the tree out by the roots with a vehicle via a road nearby. The tree that everyone sees when they get trapped in town is in the middle of the road, pulled out by the roots. Oh, the road nearby. Yeah. That's a great point. That's a great point. So that could turn into the faraway tree.
But the faraway tree, there ain't no road that close to it like it is on the one that you see though.
No.
Another plot hole or continuity deal. But yeah, that's interesting. That idea, right? It's like, hey, we pulled it out of the root. Oh crap! It's the tree that brings everyone here.
Right? Yeah. It would be a cool twist if that's how it would work.
Yeah.
The end is the beginning. He is raising the stakes for Tabitha with Ethan's drawings, threatening her children and making her realize she is a bad mother. Yeah, it's definitely a threat against Ethan. Definitely.
Yeah, I think Tabitha is a bad mother, not through no influence, just on her own. It's like, hey, where's Ethan? I don't know. Oh, he went out the back door. I mean, come on.
I know. No.
It's like, hey, my son's hanging out with this mentally challenged older man, and they're going off into the woods, and he has a gun.
Yeah. It's terrible. PR says, he doesn't want the bones dug up because the boy in white is the person encouraging it, posing as Father Khatri. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly right. I mean, I don't think he's literally Father Khatri. I think he's sending Father Khatri, the real spirit. But I agree that they're on the same side at the very least.
And yeah. So he wants the bones moved, but he doesn't want the tree cut down. And this guy's encouraging the whole thing because they're going to try and cut the tree down. They're going to try and bring the tree down, and that's going to be a problem. And that's why he's like, he. Go for it. You're so close.
Right.
The man in yellow.
Right.
He wants them to do what they're going to do because part of the process is going to be bringing the tree down. Whereas the boy in white is encouraging the bones but saying no to the tree, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it seems that way. Thank you, Susie. You take care of yourself too. Good night. Jay says, didn't the boy in white say not to cut the tree down? So I'm wondering what he would think about the tree getting pulled out of the ground. Yeah, that's the thing. So it seems like the boy in white, he wants the bones dug up, but maybe not this way. Maybe he would rather, he wants them to go into the cave a different way. Because he didn't want them to cut down the tree. That's very true. So there, that's not the only way to get to that chamber. I do think he wants the bones brought out though, because again, he and Khatri both said, they both said, I can't even think straight. I'm in so much pain. They both said, you're running out of time. So I think they're on the same side. And Khatri says they should cut it all down. Kaiser says it's the season finale. Of course, we are all watching. Okay, yes. So I'll definitely wait till after Widow's Bay airs to go live tomorrow night. So I won't start at 9 Eastern. I'll do a stream after to finish breaking down this episode. Finish breaking down this episode because I have done as much as I can do tonight.
Are you done?
Almost. Darrell says Victor only wonders where that faraway tree moved to in the season 2 finale.
Not the air on.
Yeah, please. Devious says my theory that this is a game being played by the boy in white and the man in yellow seems like it's holding up. Hey, I have the same theory, Devious J, and welcome. You might be interested in my 2-part video series I put out last year. So on my channel, I have a theory on the boy in white versus the man in yellow cosmic chess game, which is really what I think is going on. I still stand by everything I said in those 2 videos. I put them out last year. I'm gonna edit the description of this live stream as soon as it's over, and I'll have a list of my other videos in that description. So if you want to check it out, the links will be in there. And I definitely think that theory is holding up 100%. Yeah, I definitely like Widow's Bay. It's I don't think it's better than From. I don't think it's better than From, but I do like it a lot. And good night, Green Who. You've been here since the beginning. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. That's a long time to be in a live stream chat and listening. Devious says, or maybe they trapped Man in Yellow there. Doug has nice hands, but Darrell, sure, but not in the show. He doesn't. They're nasty. They made his hands nasty. So yeah, it's an interesting theory that PR has, Jay. That Boy in White is playing Father Khatri. You never know. He could be. Boyd asked about what Donna said their first night, and Khatri didn't know, meaning he's not Boyd's subconscious, but also not Khatri who would have known. So likely the Boy in White masquerading as Khatri. Yeah, he's definitely not Boyd's subconscious. Definitely not. And I mean, he said, I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd. So, I mean, he could be the spirit of Khatri, but just can't tell him, can't give him those answers for whatever reason. But I hear you. You know, it could be the Boy in White masquerading as Khatri. Might just be Jim, but I guess could be Boy in White. So that's the thing. If the Boy in White is masquerading as the ghost, then who was talking to Ghost Jim? Like, if that's just Ghost, if that's Boy in White, you know, masquerading as Jim in addition, then who was he looking at in the woods? That's why I'm not so sure. That's one reason I'm not so sure the Boy in White is literally the ghost entities. AA says Sophia went into the post office and she went into the Matthews house too easy. Someone must have seen her. True, right? She's just walking around like somebody needs to catch her in something. She's being sloppy, and she didn't even go home. And Sarah was like, "Where were you last night?" Sarah is starting to be suspicious. PR says there is a discrepancy. If Marielle is hearing the constant screams of all the people who have ever died there, Father Khatri isn't one of them. Neither is Jim. Yeah, how do we know that? Yeah. How do we know that they're not one of them? Devious says when time runs out, the game is cleared, the pieces are cleaned up. They all die and it starts over. Yes, exactly. 100%. I even phrase it the same way a lot. Like the game, you know, the board is cleared at the end. They massacre everybody. Exactly. We see eye to eye on that. I definitely believe that. There are a lot of game references in the show. Okay. MG says when Donna said snoring would give them away, Khatri should have known that. Snoring would give them away. Yeah. Khatri, yeah, he was talking to Boyd about the first night there. And Boyd was saying, you know, she said, do you snore? The monsters will hear that, you know. And Khatri was like, oh yeah, why did she say, you know, why did she, what did she say? Like he acted like he didn't know. So good point, MG. I'll go back and rewatch that scene. You're making me think about that now. Yeah, they seriously, Jay, I totally agree. Like they should be watching Sophia. They should be like looking at her sideways by now. Darrell says Sophia is a sweet, innocent girl to them. They aren't thinking she's doing anything bad. Well, they just heard from Victor that the man in yellow came to town looking like everybody else. And yet somehow, you know, they're not looking sideways at the brand new person who showed up right around the time they found a discarded yellow jacket. I mean, they're not up on enough mythology, I guess. Like, they should be theorizing, like, maybe it's a shapeshifter entity. Like, honestly, if they were anything like us in the fandom, if one of us were stuck there, that's what we'd be theorizing. Devious says, one of the rules of the game is they can't reveal too much. We're on the same page. Yes, exactly. I don't think they can reveal too much. The boy in white and any other entity that's trying to help, they can't tell them too much. Which is maddening, but it's just part of the game. Definitely. PR says, because Katri and Jim did not seem to be in the screaming disposition when they were seen, they are dead. And that's the boy in white posing as Katri. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. But then who do you think was talking to Ghost Katri? Is what I mean Ghost Jim, rather. Who was Jim looking? It looked like he was like looking at somebody and listening to somebody. These people have seen crazy things, but they haven't seen a shapeshifter. That's true, Darrell. Well, somebody must have heard about shapeshifter mythology before. I mean, one of us would have thought of it if one of us were trapped there. David says the friendly apparitions all act like the same mentors and like the psychopomp boy in white, including young Jade. Yeah, I could see that. You know, that's a theory that totally makes sense to me. Like, just changes forms. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's what they are. Darrell says the monsters are human and then show their monster selves, but they can't change into a different human. Okay. But they don't know he's a shapeshifter. No, but they could theorize about it. They could theorize, oh, the suit is just left here on the ground. Maybe he turned into something else. Which seems to indicate it's not really Katri, so likely the boy in white playing Katri. As a friendly face, just a fun little logic problem. Think I got it. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That makes sense, MG. Jay says, yes, they do think she's innocent, but they thought of that. But they thought that of Julie, and she has Fatima walking around town with her. Yeah. Yeah, you would think they would just start asking more questions about Sophia. And Martin says, Clara is the only one who knows everyone's whereabouts, but I know whose team she's on. You mean the Clara is a mole theory group? And David says, I see it as the assembly of peaceful and wrathful deities in Buddhism, Tibetan Book of the Dead. I like it. PR says the boy in white, Father Katri, very often know things that he pretends he doesn't because of Christopher. He keeps his mouth shut. Yes, because it went badly when boy in white told too much to Christopher. Christopher lost his mind, so that's why he doesn't say more to tell people what to do. And Jay thinks that could have been Jim looking out for the man in yellow, maybe from like just traumatized because that was the area where he recently got killed. Hey, welcome, my NASA space. Jim looking out for Man in Yellow, probably because Man in Yellow came from nowhere and killed him. Yeah, it could be that, you know. Could be the real spirit of Jim that's still traumatized by what happened there. Something that I'm considering. I loved that line too, Darrell. I love when Boyd said the naked guy. He said maybe the guy got tired of walking around naked in the woods. That was funny. But I always liked it reminded me of the line from the Santa Claus where they found the empty Santa suit on the front lawn and Tim Allen was like, he's naked somewhere. Yeah. That always cracked me up as a kid. I always laughed. PR says the evil entity was Jim and Sophia at the same time. That might have been a task for it. So Jim kept looking around because it was being two people at once. Oh, so you think that the evil entity was Jim, not the boy in white? Okay. I think the jury is still out on that one. Whether it's oh wait, yeah, no, you're saying that's what you're saying. Sorry, my brain is kind of fried right now, so I'm like having trouble processing thoughts. Darrell says Sophia is sweet and innocent to them. No one is going to think she's a shapeshifter. That would be crazy considering they think she came in with her dad. Yeah, that's true. I know it's out there, but somebody's got to. I mean, Jade thinks outside the box a lot. Somebody's got to have the idea in their head, like start thinking, what is this entity? The same way we theorized. Some people wondered if the evil entity was a Wendigo before there was ever any revelation about shapeshifting. It's the kind of theorizing that we do. I'm just thinking they should do it too. Anyway, so that's going to do it for me for tonight. I'll just read this one because this is a new person here. So welcome. I try to read as many comments as I can and engage with the chat. I like doing that. I enjoy that. So I like to highlight stuff and recognize you. So you're not just ignored here, like on some channels. Manasseh says Jim was worried because Ethan came alone to RV and it was the place where Man in Yellow killed him. He was worried for Ethan. The moment he heard Tabitha, he disappeared. I don't think it's Man in Yellow. It's real Jim. That's what I've been leaning towards, too. I've been thinking it's the real ghost Jim sent by the boy in white and being coached by the boy in white in the background. That's what I'm thinking for now. I know it looks bad. Like, oh, he almost got Ethan killed by saying he needs to find the Lake of Tears. Then Ethan and Tabitha go to the cabins, the Scarecrow's attack, or the Ragdoll's attack. But I don't think that was his intention, because that's not the real Lake of Tears. So I don't think that was actually an evil intention. So far, I'm in the camp of Ghost Jim is trying to help. It felt like genuine. It felt genuine to me, the way he hugged his son. So I believe it. LDN King says, I think Man in Yellow is his original form, and now he is back to his original form. We will never see Sophia again, hopefully. It makes a lot of sense if you can use the tooth. Yes, and I think that by the end of the season, we will be done with Sophia. She'll be exposed, and she will go back to being the Man in Yellow then. I think she'll go back to Sophia for now, and once she's exposed, because they've got to do a dramatic reveal. They can't just drop that. And then at the end, she'll go back to Man in Yellow. I have hope now. We're going to get our villain back that they hyped up. The Man in Yellow, who we really wanted to see, we're going to get him back. Season 5, it's going to be Man in Yellow time. Finally, he'll get some good screen time. That's what I'm predicting. Tabitha and Ethan went for food supply. They happened to see a lake there, nothing else. Right. I don't think it was Jim's fault that they went out there. I don't think it was some nefarious plan from Ghost Jim. Darrell says, how was Jim meant to know that stupid Roger would pull the rope? Why does everybody blame Roger? Yes, he pulled the rope and exposed the dolls, but he was avidly campaigning, don't pull them out of the lake. It's the other dumbasses who pulled the dolls out of the lake and wouldn't listen to Roger. I'm Team Roger in that one. He's a jerk, but I'm Team Roger on that. Lucas says, maybe Julie will see the original Sophia while story walking, then not tell anyone. Probably. Knowing her, probably, yeah. At this point, no, she'd have to because she's recognized Sophia. LDN King says, I hope a shape-shifting entity can use the tooth only once. This makes a lot of sense, at least to me. That would be nice, just to make it less easy for them to just shape-shift back and forth, for him, rather. That would be cool. But the way that he just shape-shifted back to the Man in Yellow, I think he can probably just go back and forth as much as he wants. And I predict who's going to out Sophia. I think it's going to be Sarah finding teeth in Sophia's room, because Man in Yellow just said, I liked Jim. I even kept one of his teeth. That was a clue, I think, that's how he's going to be outed, because that's how serial killers wind up getting caught, they keep souvenirs from their victims. So she's also got a tooth from the pastor. That's going to be how she gets outed, I predict. MG says they need to out Sophia before they try to execute the plan. Otherwise, their plan will fail before it ever starts, just like the totem test. Sophia will warn the monsters and they'll set a trap. Yes. So I think they're going to out her beforehand. That's what I predict. Although it sounds like the man in yellow almost wants them to find the bones, but we'll see. But I think they'll out her first. Manasa says it was Tabitha's memory that played the part, thereby remembering nightmare info and totems, then evil Jim. Right. But he needed clothes along with teeth and someone to shapeshift. I think so. I think he probably needed a tooth and clothes. Although we didn't see a tooth in that suitcase with the dress, but it could have been in there. Teeth are small. So Devious says, someone said Man in Yellow is the Tooth Fairy. I heard that too. I think that's a cool theory because the original Tooth Fairy was not some little Tinkerbell, like I said earlier. The Tooth Fairy was a scary thing in mythology. So that would be interesting. Definitely an original idea. Dumb villain monologue telling her his plan or a major vulnerability, his teeth collection. Yeah, that was dumb. Exactly. That's going to be how he gets caught now, how Sophia gets caught. He shouldn't have mentioned, he outed himself by mentioning the tooth, because otherwise, well, they know about the bag of teeth. So even if he hadn't said that, they found the bag of teeth in his car. So still, it was dumb of him to mention it anyway. Darrell says, Man in Yellow is in an endless cycle. He just wants to have fun. That's for sure. Well, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you all, as always. It's a blast talking to you and talking about this amazing show. One of the best episodes yet, I think. Oh, AA said Man in Yellow is the Tooth Fairy. Left a theory about it in the Discord a couple weeks ago. I was trying to remember who said it. Somebody left a comment on my video just the other day, but I knew somebody had said it before that. Cool. I'll look it up. I'll look up your theory in there. I'll try and find it in the Discord. Yeah, I like that theory. Toothface starts with Vikings. They collect teeth of children for coins, trade to put on necklaces because they thought they were like protection for battles. Interesting, Susie. LDN King says, I do appreciate your dedication to your subscribers, a reason that forces me to attend each live chat from the beginning to the end, even I'm still in my workplace using every free moment to drop a comment. Wow, that means a lot. Thank you so much. That is lovely. That's a lovely thing to say. And I'm glad that you can feel that I care about this community, because that's the case, and that's what I want, to put out there. So I'm glad, because I do appreciate each and every one of you guys, whether you're chatting a lot or just listening and can't chat or don't really like to chat, whatever the case may be. And the replay gang as well. Those of you who can't even make it and listen to these replays, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for your support. However it is you could support the channel, I thank you so much. Love you guys. Good night, LDN King. Good night, Lady Amano. Thank you. We support your health and appreciate the live tonight. Thank you very much. Better family than the one I was born into. I can tell you that. That's what you guys are to me. My blood relatives, not even close. MG says he'll hang for a few in the music channel and watch parties on my Discord if anyone wants to listen to some Fromville music. So you can head on over there. MG makes really fun, interesting songs based on From. Some fantastic music he's put together. So if you want to listen to that, you can check that out in my Discord in the music voice channel. Just scroll down. It's down on the left-hand side. We are the Fromily. Indeed, Darrell. Indeed. Very aptly named fandom, if ever there was one. Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow night at, I would say, 10 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully that gives people enough time to watch the episode of Widow's Bay and be ready to talk some From. But either way, I'm going to try to start at 10 p.m. Eastern. And we will see you then. In the meantime, I'm going to start working on my next video. But check out the video that's pinned at the top of the chat right now. If you haven't already, please give it a view, a comment, a like if you can. And I really would appreciate it. Even though it's for last week's episode, it's all full of theories that are still valid. So anyway, say goodnight, Karl.
Good night, Karl.
Good night, guys. Have a good day or good night. And we'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it, slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, change. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die.